Today, we are truly humbled to witness the strong collaboration between the public and private sector stakeholders, prioritizing sustainable development goals for the betterment of our society at large. There could not be a more fitting time to host this forum, as Expo 2020 Dubai is recognized as one of the most sustainable world expos in history. In fact, sustainability is ingrained in almost every aspect of the mega event, covering everything from buildings and construction to establishing a lasting legacy long after the Expo is over. As Expo 2020 Dubai's official business integration partner, Dubai Chambers is proud to join forces with the United Nations Global Compact for this forum, organized as part of Expo's Global Goals Week. While the pandemic has highlighted the broader vulnerabilities of our global society, we know the roadmap forward to address these interconnected challenges are the Sustainable Development Goals, and the private sector has an important role to play. Businesses are drivers of innovation and technology and engines for economic growth and employment. Throughout our discussions today, we will take a closer look at how businesses are incorporating the values of SDGs into their corporate practices. We are fortunate to have with us this afternoon industry leaders and experts offering their unique perspectives on how businesses are playing a role in supporting these goals, whether it's through financing and partnerships, promoting gender equality, or fostering SMEs and entrepreneurs. Sustainability is an important driver and a sub-theme for Expo 2020 Dubai. And this site, with its legacy, will transform into District 2020, a true global community model for the future and home to world-class innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Dubai Chambers, as a bridge between government and businesses, the private sector, is enabling constructive public-private sector cooperation through such forums, which will help create new channels of shared thinking and developing effective solutions that address common challenges that drive sustainable growth. We call on businesses to align their efforts with the public sector to accelerate progress towards SDGs and ensure a steady path to a brighter future. On that note, I'd like to thank you all for joining us and wish you a productive day ahead. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed to Hassan. Now it is my honor to invite Sanda Ojambo, the CEO and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact, to come to the podium to deliver our forum's opening remarks. Please welcome her.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and business leaders, it's been such an incredible few days here at Expo 2020 during Global Goals Week. I'd first like to give a very special thanks to Her Excellency Reem Al Hashmi and to all those joining us both in person and remotely. A resounding and recurring message I have heard over these last few days is that we're in the right place and at the right time here in Dubai at Expo 2020 to tap into an immense spirit of hope, of optimism, of collaboration, and of urgency to reignite, as we've heard, the ambitions, the actions, and the accountability that will certainly help us make up for the gains that have been lost in progress around achieving the SDGs. Collaboration and urgency are needed because in the next 24 hours or so, the world will keep changing. In the next 24 hours, Hundreds of thousands of new cases of COVID-19 will be reported, and sadly, as many as 10,000 lives will be lost to the pandemic. In the next 24 hours, even as economic recovery proceeds in some places, the equivalent of 250,000 full-time jobs will be eliminated compared to pre-pandemic times. Women and girls in the global south will be amongst the hardest hit. In the next 24 hours, tens of thousands of people will be displaced from their homes and their livelihoods, and they'll be forced to move by floods, droughts, or storms, which will stem from a climate crisis that's increasingly displacing and causing migration. And so in curating this thematic business forum, along with our partners, we knew that it was imperative to learn from and explore practical, scalable ways in which businesses can incorporate sustainable development goals into their corporate practices and set goals to tackle these complex challenges. Because no single actor, no single business sector can effectively address the climate crisis, rising inequalities, and stagnating economies. Private sector must, at this critical point, leverage its assets, its resources, its skills, and its technologies to work alongside government, civil society, and the United Nations to solve these problems. Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit about the UN Global Compact. Founded in the year 2000, we have an aim to create a cohort of responsible businesses around the world where purpose, principles, and profit all intersect for the good of business, but also for the good of humanity. And in 2021, the Global Compact launched a 3-year strategy aimed at accelerating business action so that businesses act both responsibly, but also contribute towards delivering the SDGs. And we've made progress, but there certainly is a lot more to achieve. We have a membership of over 15,000 businesses, including many here in the UAE. We operate across 160 countries and have over 65 local networks. But back to our global agenda. 2020 heralded what we call the decade of action, and this was quickly overshadowed by the pandemic. But we did see business unusual in terms of innovation, collaboration, and cross-sectoral working to address the pandemic. However, collectively, we failed to get the vaccine out in an accessible and equitable manner across the world. And as such, we are here, deliberating on how to accelerate progress yet again, because the world has not made enough progress on the development trajectory. And some will ask, does sustainable business really deliver a return on investment? What is the cost of action, and what are the benefits? But we will say, what is the cost of inaction? Because business cannot succeed in the long term when society around it is failing. We know, for example, it's going to take 257 years to close the economic gender gap if we continue on this trajectory. We know that there are 8 million tons of plastic entering the ocean. We know that there's concerted action required for us to remain even close to 1.5-degree temperature rise because we're off track. And at the heart of all these challenges and solutions lies business. So there's a clear need for greater ambition, ladies and gentlemen. We need business leaders to make bold business decisions for the future. We need businesses to integrate the Sustainable Development Goals into their corporate strategies. We need businesses to account for their externalities in the same way that they account for their business losses. New and innovative ways of working and doing business, of which you'll hear of some of them later today, have enabled companies to manage their risks, anticipate consumer demand, innovate, build positions in growth markets, secure access to resources, and strengthen their supply chains. What you'll hear about today is innovative business solutions that drive business forward, but also drive development forward. Towards this end, as you'll also hear, the UN Global Compact has launched a number of business accelerator programs that challenge and support participating companies to set these ambitious targets. And today, the first panel, which we'll kick off with, features participants from the UN Global Compact's SDG Ambition Accelerator Program. This program accompanies companies over a 6-month period to allow them to set goals and deliver on these goals. Benchmark issues relate to important things such as achieving gender balance, addressing science-based targets and emissions, and driving forward integrated business solutions. Now is the time, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that the Sustainable Development Goals are placed at the core of business purpose and business strategy. Our goal at the UN Global Compact, and certainly the goal of all our partners here today, is to move the needle from commitment and policy to action and outcomes. We need to hold companies accountable for their contribution to driving economies forward. And I urge every business not only to continue, but to accelerate their work in this crucial area. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for being here, and I look very much forward to the engaging discussions today. Allow me to conclude by reiterating that business cannot succeed when the society around it is failing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Sander for that. As mentioned, it is now time for our first panel discussion titled SDG Ambition, Accelerate Business Action. And I'm delighted to say that steering the debate and her esteemed panel of guests, which I'll introduce to you, is your moderator, Ethna Trainer, the MD and CEO of eTrainer Media. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thanks so much, Rebecca, and it's great to be here. It's great to be back at Expo, of course. It's great to be here with the Dubai Chamber and the great work that they're doing, particularly here, their focus on Expo. But it's also very important, of course, to be here on this great week, Global Goals Week, and to really have the attention of the world here on all of the great work that's going on here, the great initiatives that are happening, not just at Expo and not just at the Dubai Chamber, but indeed all around the United Arab Emirates. So thank you all for being with us here. I'm really excited about this panel coming up here because, you know, Hassan and Sandra, they laid out, I suppose, the groundwork for what we need to be looking at here. And also, I think, the importance of the private sector. And as Sandra was just saying there, the responsibility. That, I think, is something that my guests that are going to be speaking to you now for the next 40 minutes will lay out very, very clearly for us. So I have one guest in person. I'm going to invite him up to join us. He's the CEO of Chalhoub Group. Please, a warm welcome for Patrick Chalhoub. Thank you for being here. Now, and joining us virtually, we're absolutely delighted to have Emmeline Hambali, the Group Managing Director of Dynapack Asia. There we are. The technology is working, so we're absolutely delighted. And Vaishali Ningam Sina also joins us. She is the Chair of Renew and the CSO for Renew Power in India. So we have a nice diverse panel of different business, and we're going to be making sure that everybody has a great contribution, and I do know some of the great work that's going on. Let me talk to Vaishali first. You're here with us, so I'm going to hold you till last, if I may. And Vaishali, lovely to see you here. And also so good to have Renew Power with us, really one of India's big, leading renewable power companies. And of course, power being so important when it comes to the SDGs, of course, but actually just when it comes to waking up in the morning and getting on about our business. It encompasses just about everything we do. Now, in India, we're looking at a huge population there. Clean energy is absolutely important, but it's also meeting only a fraction of the demand really at the moment, indeed, and the supply. Are you getting the support from government and civil society in terms of actually help you to drive achievement of the SDGs?
Hi, Ethne. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Okay, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm delighted to have a rather balanced panel here. It's unusual to see panels where we have a fair amount of diversity. So well done on that. I'd like to congratulate the organizers of the Expo and UNGC for hosting this session. It is super critical, and it's just great to see that we're giving the attention it deserves. Let me come to India, and just you're right when you say that the power sector is of immense importance to India and the citizens, because we are growing so fast as a developing economy that how we treat this sector is going to be super critical. So if you let us just look at what we've been able to achieve. India was ranked 4th in wind power, 5th in solar power, and 4th in renewables in totality as far as the installed capacity is concerned globally. So that's quite an achievement, and this is as of 2020. So there is a huge amount of commitment which we are seeing when we look at our NDCs, which we've committed under the Paris Agreement for 21 till 2030. We've done, we've committed to reduce carbon intensity by 33 to 35% before hitting the 2030 mark from the 2005 levels. We derive 40% of electricity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resources, and we are increasingly leveraging technology, digitalization, etc., to ensure that the cost of what we are doing goes down. And of course, the kind of financing we are using as well is also helping us to manage our costs. So all in all, I think these remain the fundamental drivers. If I could take an example of our company as well, it was the financing and the capital which allowed us to grow at the rate at which we did. And if we take this and apply to countries around the world, it is the availability of capital and the commitment of investors which is helping us to accelerate and amplify what we are doing. So that's the good news, and I think we should all recognize that. We've also announced recently, as many of you may have heard at the COP26, our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, announced that we are going to increase our non-fossil free resources and generation to 500 gigawatts by 2030. So there's a huge amount of commitment. Now, as we go about doing all of this, what's also happening, and as the private sector, we have a good view of what's happening in the civil society, what's happening in the government, and what is the private sector doing. I must say that what we commit to and our milestones are important, but a huge amount of impact is being seen as far as the small and medium enterprises are concerned, the vendors, the supply chain, and all of that. So, there's a huge engagement with respect to, the value chain, the supply chain, and how we are going to achieve these targets. And all that is positive. And if we look at the scope 3, it's becoming super important, and all of us are focused on that. And when we focus on that, we see we are carrying the NGOs, individuals, and various other stakeholders along with us in the journey. So definitely how we use water, how we conserve and preserve wildlife, it's all a part of how we report what we are doing, because various stakeholders are asking for it. I'll pause here and back to you, Ethne.
And we'll talk more about that because, and great to hear, I think that we're really increasing that use of renewable energy, because sometimes when we do hear the story about energy in India, there's almost, a lament about the fact that we should let you all continue to use coal because life is tough in India. But actually, I think companies like yourself are really proving that you're changing, that narrative and making sure you're doing something. So we'll talk more about that. Emmeline, thank you also for joining us too. And looking at Dynapack, I mean, you're a manufacturer of high quality plastic packaging, just about in every area: food and beverage, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, lubricants, consumer goods, you name it. And even, automotive. But when we look at plastics, I mean, plastic, is it not? I don't know if all plastic is created equally, but how do you focus on the SDGs, particularly given the business that you're in?
I think for Dynapack, the important thing is for us to focus in our lane, right, in our industry, and to see how we can reduce carbon footprint. That has always been the goal for Dynapack, and I think pre-pandemic and beyond, I think that is one of our biggest goals. The pandemic has kind of slowed down some of the progress that we wish we could execute. For example, we were in the process in executing a recycling plant out of Indonesia there has been challenges along the way in executing that project in a timely manner. I mean, we're very grateful that we're still on time, but I think the effort in which for us to do that was a little bit touch and go along the way, and we hope that there's no more surprises coming forward. We don't know what's going to happen in the next few weeks in Indonesia, but I think definitely it is something that has given us the challenges. However, with those challenges, it kind of also gave us the opportunity to pivot. We knew things like working with the underprivileged, working with our own community, ensuring the health and safety in the greater operations areas was something of an importance. And definitely the pandemic gave us the opportunity to work more with the social side of sustainability. And we are very happy to be able to execute quite a few projects out of the countries, ensuring that our community is healthy and safe during this pandemic. But again, I think the challenges remain, but we remain focused, and I think we are very, very lucky to be supported by partners and customers that are very committed in their efforts to provide a more sustainable world.
And again, I think we have to also realize and, appreciate, I think, the value of plastic. I did ask you if plastic is all created equally, but of course it's not. And, we can talk a little bit more about that because it does bring added value to our lives. Patrick, I'm coming to you.
No, please go ahead.
We have energy, we have plastics, and now we have high fashion. I mean, if you look at them all, I think sort of, very quickly you might think they're probably, in a way, the most sort of polluting industries in one way in the world, but I'm so excited to hear the great work you're doing. And again, we look at what you do. It's luxury retail, it's distribution, and I know personally of your commitment. Now, I'm not going to ask you to speak for any other retailers on the planet out there, but the industry as a whole, I believe it probably could do a lot more when it comes to making sure that they're looking very carefully at the SDGs and doing something. So can you give us a feel for maybe a wider look at the wider industry and also, of course, some of the great work that you're doing?
I mean, I think that all industries, and retail is no exception, can do much more. I think that all individuals can do much more. And the idea is to see where can we impact, how can we impact, where we could focus in order to do the better good for all, but at the same time to continue progressing, developing our business. And both could go together. I think that the industry in general is much more today aware about the necessity of doing it and moving it. Now, if I take our group as an example, I mean, our group definitely wants to grow our business, but we want sustainability like any group of business wants, and especially if it's a family business into it. What our group has as an ambition is really to make sure that we can have an impact on people, have an impact on our partners, have an impact on the planet itself. I mean, our role is to try to delight our customer, but also to have this positive impact into it. So we decided to put sustainability at the core of our business. Sustainability really into the core of our strategy. And we decided also, which I recommended to my peers, to try to focus on few elements, so not remain extremely generic, etc. A few of those sustainable development goals in which we could make the difference. And for the rest, we will participate like others. So for our case, we really focus on education, because we really believe that with education, we can get a better world. With education, we can develop our teams and we can make them happen. With education, we can do it. And we did a lot of program internally for our employees, externally in the community in order to do it. And this is our focus on SDG 4, which is to give quality education for a reason, which we believe in. We believe in trying to reduce inequalities, but we believe a lot in diversity, inclusion. In a company where we have 100 nationality, where we have 55% of our teams who are women, so really to make sure that we have this integration of different nationality, that we have this equality of treatment between people of different genders, of different areas, etc. And we made it a point that we can develop it. And this is our commitment to another, which is SDG 10, and so on and so on. Just to say that we need to become practical and make sure that we are not only making big words. And sometimes we have to start small, gradually, but be all engaged. It could be an SME, it could be a group like other of middle size with 12,000 people, it could be a huge corporation of government. We all have a role to play.
And I love the way you almost reframe the concept of education. Yes, it's about making sure that children have education at school, but it's also about educating your people, your suppliers, all of those other people that need to be, you know, brought up to your beliefs and your levels and your values, and make sure that they buy in.
Yeah, and also have a role into the community. So engage with the universities, engage with the school. Also have a role where we could help the people who are more in need through scholarship or through building some of the schools, etc. So we have a role to play internally, the children of our employees, all the children of our employees. Because if we really believe that education is the way to develop, to grow, and to have a better living and a better world. So let's engage and really engage.
It is. I love the way that is. So, you know, it's a more holistic view, which I really appreciate. Vaishali, we look at, I mean, I think everybody around the world has seen the pictures of the smog in Delhi, and I'm sure it's in other cities as well. But, you know, we look sometimes to India and we look at, yes, the high use of coal and of gas, and we look at, you know, again, we look at bringing new people into you know, the energy mix. There's still a lot of people who don't have any energy. And I sometimes say that, you know, these are the people who don't look to 2030 as in a year. They look to 2030 as in what time it is at 8:30 tonight, because they need power and they need, you know, so it's tough in many ways. What are the big challenges that you see? Because you're looking at an increase in demand from so many people, new people coming on board, people coming into the grid, and we cannot deny them power, we cannot deny them energy. This is, again, in the SDGs, so important, because access to energy gives people access to so many more things. So in terms of how you're dealing with the challenges and bringing more people on board, your suppliers, you know, the civil society, everybody else, talk to us a little bit more about how you're overcoming these challenges.
Sure, that's a great question. And, you know, I always like to recognize that, you know, when there are opportunities, there are challenges, and that's always good news, because when you overcome these challenges, we move ahead. And I think the good news has been that when institutions, organizations like the Global Compact, the United Nations, you know, as overarching institutions show the commitment and the drive they've been showing, it mobilizes governments, as we saw in the COP recently, to do more. Right? And when governments do more, private sector gets engaged. And what I've seen in India is that these programs and these goals have very systematically been pushed from the national level to the, you know, state level to the grassroots level. And I've been observing this sector very closely for the last 10 years, and let's recognize that there are a lot of challenges, and you're right when you say that we really have to really worry about how a lot of people get up in the morning to get on with their lives. And but to address that very immediate issue, we really need the macro issue situation in order. And so let me highlight some of the macro challenges which we need to overcome to address the micro here and now issues which our country faces. So the biggest thing, whether it is the smog, whether it is the total transition to clean energy, whether it is engaging the communities, all of these issues require a few critical things. One of them is investments, right? And I mentioned earlier, and I cannot highlight the importance of ensuring that the funds flow through. We have set huge renewable energy targets in India, and we have also seen a robust flow of investments coming into our country, and that is really driving the commitment and the ambition in the sector which we've seen. And when that is in order, even private sector players like us, and various other players, we are really driving this transition which is happening in India. The government is providing the policy direction and framework, but we are actually going and doing it on the ground. And if we don't do this, the change is not going to happen. So if I look at the foreign direct investment which has come into India in the renewable energy space, it stood at over $1 billion in the first half of the financial year 2021-22. The FDI inflow into the renewable sector so far in 21-22 is more than what was seen in the totality of the previous financial year. So that gives you the kind of scale, the growth in scale we are observing. And, to scale up to almost $500 billion are required to meet our energy goals. So that's a huge amount of capital. Let me tell you that we don't feel a dearth of it. So that's the good news. And there are lots of startups, unicorns coming up in the sectors, company like ours. We are supporting them. We recently acquired a unicorn to help them scale and grow up. So these are the sorts of commitments we are seeing on the ground to address a lot of these issues, right? Discom health is very important. So these are the macro issues which is going to make the energy transition in India possible. This is a significant challenge in India, and to the extent we can keep the distribution companies healthy, it's going to be very important for companies like us to operate. And the good news is that the government is working to ensure that this happens. The other challenge is transmission. As we feed in a humongous amount of clean energy into the system, we have to make sure that the transmission grid system is upgraded and robust so that the remotest parts of our country can get clean energy. So these, I would say, are very critical, and the renewable energy sector, really can, will continue to grow significantly. We're going to move from 150 gigawatts to 500 gigawatts in the matter of a few years, and that's a huge ask. And so we are leading, I would say, the global ambition for tackling climate change. I think we have a very committed leadership, which always helps and is great news. And there's a huge amount of funds and players who are committing and participating. The biggest corporates are all focused on making it happen on the ground. And how we do business is changing. There's a huge amount of commitment, as I mentioned, on the ESG frameworks, on meeting the SDG goals, and we are all talking about this as far as D&I is concerned, as far as women on boards are concerned. I see a lot of positive movement taking place in India, and when we set all of this right, I'm sure we will be solving issues which are more visible, like the small.
We have lots more to talk about, and I think that's so essential, and it's great to hear that there is that, I suppose, social movement that's happening within the country too, and that society awareness and the consumer awareness too. Again, so much, because ultimately the very heart of everything we do, it is about power. Emmeline, the plastics industry is not getting a whole lot of sympathy from consumers at the moment. How do you help to educate the wider society about the advantages of plastic, and also, yes, while you're decarbonizing your industry, what can we do to shift the narrative? Because plastic is very, very essential for our well-being. It is actually essential for our lives. I think we just look at an incident in the US recently where there's lead poisoning in water, and one would have thought that they don't have lead pipes anymore, but we look at the heavy-duty plastic pipes that bring clean water around the world to millions of people and have changed their lives so much. So how do we shift that narrative? How do you educate people, so to speak?
Well, I think the first thing for us is actually to keep up with the technology. We need to invest in ourselves, look into our what is out there and what is available out there. We have to understand the science. And this is not a handful of people within our organization. What Patrick said is so true. I think it starts with education of the people internally. So our people need to be extremely educated about what's happening out there, what our goals are, what the science behind it and the mathematics behind it. For us, that is a huge, there's so much that we can do. I think when it comes to educating and letting the consumers know what is right and what is wrong from the information that they receive from maybe social media and things like that. But I think it is important for us to first and foremost work internally and for us to understand exactly what the science behind it, yes. And educate our people. And Dynapack is a group that has presence in 6 countries. We have 6,000 employees within our own group. And these are the people that would eventually be the front runners in educating others. The other thing is probably to work collaboratively, very closely with our partners, our customers, our vendors, having the same mindset. Again, we're very lucky. Our customers are, most of the time, they're more advanced than us in a lot of ways. We work with a lot of multinational companies. And sometimes, they give us the information and we are in a good position. However, I think it works a little bit differently when it comes to our vendors because we work with a lot of small vendors. And sometimes they don't have the information or don't have the awareness out there yet. So it is our responsibility to ensure that we have, sustainable vendor relationship. And we provide them with the tools and the recommendations that we need, as well as the standards that we expect from them to be able to work with a company like ours. Yes. So that's probably the 2 things that I think we need to do to be able to spread the word and to educate the consumers better.
And indeed, I think you can also, a company, a major company like yourself can become a role model in the region as well for suppliers and for other companies. There's a little bit of maybe peer pressure, good peer pressure that's set there.
We hope so.
Patrick, now we know, and over the years we've heard, your personal ambitions in terms of the SDGs, in terms of sustainability and all of that. And we would have hoped by now we would be talking post-COVID, post-pandemic. But, over the past 2 years, has the situation, has it slowed down these ambitions or has it actually served to accelerate them perhaps?
I mean, honestly, both. So at one point, I think we had to shift totally our focus. We had to shift to health, we had safety, we had to shift into cost cutting, which somehow make us take decisions which perhaps are not totally in line with the bigger ambition which we have. But on the other hand, it really helped accelerating. And why it helped accelerating? We felt that our customer and our people are much more keen and understand what is important, what is good, what is sustainable, are more driven by purpose than ever before into doing it. We felt also that it was a great time to re-question ourselves and to go back to things which are essential. So one of the challenges we have normally is all this kind of awareness we have to produce internally and externally. And really into this part with COVID-19, we really felt an acceleration into it, which means that in reviewing our strategy in the years to go, we decided to really build on it and really accelerate our movement towards it.
And that is very exciting in so many ways, because I think we hear that from many companies. It gave companies time to maybe stand back a little bit, reflect on maybe the true values of what they need to do in terms of, I think, economy of use of time, maybe the sort of recycle, reuse, repurpose.
Yeah.
I think there's been a lot internally. Do you think that people have been...
But people as well.
Yes.
It's not only about the leaders of company,
Yes.
of all of the leaders of the government. Really, the pressure is coming now much more from our consumer, from the youth, from our employees themselves, from the way we want to attract talent. People want to stand for something. They don't want to be associated with companies who are polluting this world, with companies who have nothing to do with creating a sustainable environment. So there is much stronger awareness, and COVID, in a way, have helped this increasing this kind of.
And I think it also helps that you, as a leader, not quite enforce this, but you live it. So I think this is important. Rather than there is a department that takes care of things, I think, you know, the importance of a leader within any company taking charge of this.
Sure.
And I think people...
We have a department who is taking care of it, but the department is to support and help all our teams and our people to be fully responsible into it. So engage our workforce, engage our different leaders into the movement. This is why it's core into our strategy.
That's so lovely. Vaishali, let's talk about the SDG Ambition Accelerator. You know, when we look at adapting these new goals and ambitions and really, you know, getting buy-in from the company and the stakeholders, I think in terms of speed and urgency, how has this, you know, helped or changed what you're doing?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a great question. You know, as far as Renew Power is concerned, you know, we are mitigating so much of the carbon footprint that often various stakeholders globally ask us that, you know, does it even matter, you know, if how we do business is as important as, you know, what we are sort of offsetting? And the answer to that for us from day one, we are a 10-year-old company, has always been that the more we do, the less it is. And so if we look at our company, the entire company, right from the board to the top management, CEO, and to the last person standing on our sites, there is a huge amount of commitment, engagement, and training which happens day on day, month on month, to ensure that we are all very committed to how we do business and how we generate the clean energy. You know, also global organizations play a very important role in motivating organizations. So let me just recognize the role UNGC played. We are very engaged with UNGC. We are signatories to various commitments and frameworks, and UNGC also recognized our CEO as one of the global pioneers. That's hugely motivating, and what that does is it doesn't only engage an organization, but it brings what we do to the attention of the entire India Inc. And so I think engaging the entire set of you know, people in your organization is very critical, and we are deeply committed to it. You know, we have an 8-pronged strategy to push this in the organization. We define our long-term purpose. We do spell out our sustainability purpose every now and then. There is a lot of capacity building and training which goes on. We have champions across our organization. So there's basically a huge amount of engagement and communication to highlight the importance of what we are doing. And this has really helped us sort of deeply entrench a sustainable way of doing business within the organizations, how we use water, how we also mobilize some of the other players in India Inc. Is also an important part of what we are doing. So we were recently rated as one of the top 10 renewable energy companies globally by Sustainalytics on our ESG parameters. So you know, what we are doing there is quite effective, and yeah, we are looking at ensuring that we not only follow the best practices vis-a-vis our company, but we also focus on the entire supply chain. and various other companies in India, so that together we can help our country meet the goals and the commitments which have been made. And really organizations like UNGC and various other organizations are doing a huge amount of work to ensure that we get engaged and the global goals integrate with the local goals for us to together achieve the global goals. The one last point I want to make is it's very important that the funds required from global north get transferred to global south, because
Yes.
I think that is the fairness of this whole climate change issue we are dealing with. And if we give that attention, the points which you raised earlier, Ethne, around in the global south, we see people are actually suffering. And so we really do need to address those issues on a priority basis. And we just want to make sure we are doing what we are saying and we are doing what we are committing to.
And so important that is, you're absolutely right. I mean, if this is not a just transition, not just in the energy sector, but indeed when we look at all of the SDGs, and, you know, we look at some countries and they're not really, you wonder if in some specific areas, in villages, are they making an impact? So we've still a lot to do. Emmeline, when we look at the SDG Accelerator, Ambition Accelerator again, is this helping you to fast track the integration of the 17 SDGs and really bring it into the core management of your business?
I think definitely it does. At the very minimum, the first thing that comes into mind is alignment. And the SDGs allow us to have that alignment. It also kind of challenges, I think, doing the SDG Accelerator goals, for me, myself, I think it really did challenge the what we thought we wanted to do. We had a lot of things that we had in mind that we wanted to do and wanted to achieve, but doing it, it asks us the question of, is it enough? Can we do more? Who do we need to involve in order for us to do more? And it kind of opened up the opportunities to have those conversations internally. It gave us a great deal of prioritization and organization, the way we think and communicate the ideas that we have. So it definitely helped us in the short term and in the long run.
And Patrick, to you also, I think let's stay with the SDG Ambition Accelerator. I mean, you're a believer, you're there. You're, even when we look at the UN Global Compact, we hear this strong message coming from you always. But I mean, how has the Accelerator actually hopped?
The Accelerator is a wonderful program, and I cannot but agree on everything which has been said. But it helped us, I would say, raise this level of awareness and education which we're speaking about. It helped us to reassess our goals and to raise the bar, which was fantastic. So we really have been able to raise the bar with it. It helped us to build a new partnership and build relation and new partnership to compare and assess us with each other. So it really helped us to accelerate, as the name is saying. And I would say the whole UNGC, part of it has been for us since now 8 years, no, even more, 10 years we are in, an absolute drive in order to really accelerate all our movement towards sustainability.
So it's great to find a program that it does what it says on the box, so to speak. So we have to begin to close this up. Emmeline, if you could give advice to your suppliers, other people in your industry, in the region and around Asia, how could you bring more people into making sure that they're, doing more what's responsible and what's more sustainable for business? Because clearly we need everybody on board, and that's not happening yet.
I think it's, a lot of times people are, when they think about sustainability and what they can do, they think about big things. And I think, our company, we really believe in just starting. Let's start something small and incrementally push the boundaries of what we think can and cannot be done. And I kind of encourage all the, our partners, our friends in the region to do the same, to just kind of start with something small, push it, on an incremental basis and just get it done, because, and don't forget that, every time you hit a wall, there's always another solution out there, don't forget about it. Keep it in mind. There's a solution to all our problems.
Thank you. And Vaishali, I mean, the work you're doing in clean energy, I think this is hugely important, particularly for a country like India, and indeed as an example for the rest of the world to see what's possible there. But again, we need to bring more people on board here. We probably need, to see different use of hydrocarbons in the country. We need industry to decarbonize. How are you actually, what would you say to people? What can they do to actually start this process? Because we're a bit behind.
Absolutely, very, very behind. And I would say, and I would agree with Emmeline when she says that nothing is too small. So I would say small is big. And that is our mantra. And as we engage with the stakeholders, I think every bit matters. And, and I think what you can do must be done. So, and I think that's just the only way to push along in this journey, which is so critical. This is clearly a decade of action. A lot has been done over the last decade, but in the coming decade, we are definitely going to have to double up, triple up, and quadruple up to be able to do what we've got to do. So let's just do our best.
Thank you so much, yes. Patrick, I'm leaving you the closing words of inspiration that are going to drive everybody and have everybody take the first step.
I would say 2 points. The first one, we have to ask ourselves what kind of planet, what kind of future we want to leave for our children, for our grandchildren, and for the future. What kind of legacy we want to leave for them. And we have to stop thinking that it's in the hands of others. It's the government who has to create regulation. It's the companies who have to do better, etc. I think it is each one of us responsibility. Each one of us individually his own responsibility, but also collectively in a cooperative way, in order that we really make sure that we create something sustainable for the future in the different part of it. You cannot live in a world where you have those polarization of wealth so great. You cannot live in a world where people are living at different standards. You cannot live a world where the climate will probably destroy the world and destroy us before destroying the planet itself. So we really need to go deep inside us and make sure that we are engaged and we somehow become activists in order to do it, but we act as well, not only speak.
Again, and I think, there's no excuse at the moment. There's no way that anybody can hide behind the fact that they don't know and that they haven't heard and they really didn't understand. I think the narrative is very loud and it's very clear, and it has been, and I think it's coming from it's coming from government, it's coming from the United Nations, it's coming from civil society. But again, it is about escalating that at this point now, and I think maybe that message has to be louder and clearer. But I want to thank you all, and again, well done on the great work that you are doing in your companies with your suppliers and impacting the people in your space and in your sphere, so to speak. And I think that's what every one of us can do. We can take the step and we can impact everyone around us and hope that then they have the multiplier effect, because speed, I think, is of the essence. And again, the accelerator needs to be accelerated, I think.
Sense of emergency.
We'll leave it there. Thank you all so much. Vaishali, thank you. Emmeline, and to Patrick Chaloub, thank you so much. And thank you for being with us for our opening session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, our second session will begin in just a few minutes, but I'm going to leave you now with a little video looking at the gender gap, and we'll be right back.
The first thing we're able to do is help and promote SDG number 5, which is gender equality. because they're often almost discriminated against, and especially in a situation like this during COVID, they're the worst hit.
Quickly. If only we are going to save a generation of female entrepreneurs.
Thank you to Ethna and her esteemed panel of guests for that excellent conversation. It's time now for a fireside chat, and I'm delighted to be your moderator. The subject is, as Ethna mentioned, the gender gap, namely gender inequality. And despite the best efforts of many corporations, many individuals, many governments, women still remain dramatically underrepresented, both at the board level and also state level. So what can we do to make it better? Let's find out. I have two virtual guests, so by the power of technology, let me introduce you to them. Firstly, we have Anastasia Stengauz. She is the director of ICTV channel Starlight Media in the Ukraine, and she joins us from the Ukraine. Anastasia, are you there?
Yeah, hello. Oh, how are you? Yeah,
I can hear you, but I can't see you. There you are, lovely to see you. A vision in lucky green. Hello. And I'm also I'm also joined from Kenya by the well-known mentor and female activist, Sharon Thuku, the CEO of ENS International. Hello, Sharon. How is Kenya today?
Hey, hello. Hi.
Nice to see you both. I think there's a slight delay on the line, so I'll stop talking. Even television channels have a satellite delay, as you can attest to, Anastasia. So please join me in welcoming the ladies to our panel discussion. Ladies, let me start by asking you about the current backdrop, because women haven't had the easiest time, not least because the majority of care responsibilities in certain countries have fallen to them. There's also the digital gap and technology preventing a lot of women taking part in the virtual classroom learning. So my question, put into context, my question for you is, what is your company respectively doing to make sure that we go forwards and not backwards in light of the pandemic? Let me come to you, Anastasia, first.
Okay, yeah, hello. We have in some lack of time. We'll try to make everything brief. So as I represent the company who's the leader of the media in Ukraine, so we feel quite double responsible at this time, because we are responsible as an employer and also as a media who talks with a lot of millions of people. So at this moment, as an employer, we started to make different protocols that work on controlling that both genders are still at the same position, and there will be no disproportional. We launched mental health programs for our employees. We also put an effort on the parenting program. For example, people can come to our office together with their kids. Now we made special places for that. It's only one part of our job that we're making for our employees. The second very big problem for now that we see during the pandemic, that the number of domestic violence has increased, and unfortunately there will be no stop quite soon. So at this moment we have special protocols for our employees that include financial aid. Our legal department will help with anything you need if you are a victim of the domestic violence. We'll help to change the school, anything you need. Also, we'll change the workload for our employees if they need for some time to come back to their real normal life. But of course, as a big media group who can talk to from 3 to 12 million people at one time, we put many efforts to work on these topics and these big problems as media. We launched many communicational programs together with our celebrities, together with our hosts, who speak loud about this problem and then explain that any violence is not okay, and women have to be protected, and women have to have all the rights, and everything has to be equal. And if you're a victim, you can call for special social workers, and we see the feedback from these hotlines that we promoted, that it really helped, and many people are seeking for help now. Even our digital part of our media group made a lot. Only one of our websites, called Facty, it's a newsfeed, made more than 100 different stories about domestic violence only for the past year. Mm-hmm. And we see that this problem, we're just signaling that it's a big problem, and we are trying to explain to Ukrainian women and men that any violence is not okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And there is always, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, because we are tight on time. Let me come back to you on so many important initiatives that have been implemented in recent times. Sharon, let me hop to Kenya. As Anastasia was saying, women need to be equal and they need to be protected. What's your company doing?
When COVID struck, the whole world came to a standstill. We really didn't know what to anticipate. So at the onset of the pandemic, my team members, we transitioned from working from the office to working from home. And then as the community awareness being raised on the need to sanitize, wash our hands, and wear masks, we were fortunate enough to be part of projects in arid areas where people didn't have access to piped water. And what this has done is, as we're engaging executing those projects, company policies, 30% of the labor engaged must come from women in those societies. In a bit of empowering these women, we've enabled about 200 women from the onset of the pandemic, in partnership with 5 other construction companies, to ensure that they have food, shelter, clothing, and they even have money that they can take their children to school. So even if the pandemic has brought this gap, we have ensured that communities where we're working, there's a difference we're living.
Fantastic.
What do I feel we've done? One, mentorship programs. There's need to, above and beyond us being in these communities and making our difference, can we understand how then do we level these women up? The second thing, there's need for organizations to understand and listen to the needs of women. And the third thing is that financial institutions come on board and look at the special products they can come up with that can enable women-led enterprises.
Thank you, Sharon. Again, excellent initiatives which make a difference to so many women, their families and their husbands. Let's not leave the men out of the equation. Anastasia, let me come to you. As you and I will both know, having been media executives, that there are plenty of gender inequalities within that sector, as there are in so many sectors around the world. But what stereotypes have you come across in the very male-dominated industry of the media? And are you seeing any sea change, any trends changing to be more in favor of women?
Yeah, so for example, in Ukraine, which the country is quite traditional, which is kind of bad thing, but still in the media, in the sphere of media, most of employees on the E-level, executive level in Ukraine are women. So, for example, in our media group, we have 3 big sister channels, national-wide, and all directors, executive directors are women. And it's same on different media groups in Ukraine. So head of content, head of marketing, head of channels, mostly are women. In Starlight Media, it's more than 56% of top managers of executive level are women. But we still have C-level where a board of directors is, and it's still with men. So we believe that different new initiatives like women empowerment principles, which were signed by different media groups this year, will help this also to be changed. Because so for now, we see kind of reflection of inequality of representation on the highest level, but still on the whole media landscape, we see that women already proved that they are very experienced, and they proved that they can make TV show, they can make TV channel, they can make any communicational big campaign for the whole big country. So I'm sure that we just need some more time to prove that women with their expertise are okay to be also on the highest level on the board of directors. So I see this tendency to be good, but still we need some more time for that.
Absolutely. Let's hope the trend continues in the right direction. Sharon, let me come to you. As founder of a company in a male-dominated industry like construction, you must have seen women locked out of the top jobs for quite some time, I would imagine, if that's not a stereotype in Kenya. What do you see on the horizon? Are things turning around?
Allow me to give an account of my own story. I founded my company in 2010 when I was still in campus. I transitioned to the workspace, and my very first experience was when at the 10 meetings, there'd be a lot of condescending tones when being addressed. And to mitigate that, I engaged an older senior man who could then create a status quo. And it wasn't until 2018 that I realized that there really, really was gender bias in the space. I was fortunate enough to get a contract to my company funded by an NGO that actually supports gender equality. But during the execution of the contract, there's a lot of bias. One, intentional delay of payments so they could yield into demands given. Two, there's a lot of back and forth, trying to belittle me to yield or to accept. Sadly, towards the end of that contract, two of my mentors sat down and agreed that it was only fair that one of them stepped in and finished depending on the scope of the work. What did this teach me? It told me that above and beyond as putting in work and speaking on gender equality, we have responsibilities. One, from the family setup, encourage your baby girls to take their leaps of faith. Two, organizations need to have accountability space, where above and beyond saying we support this cause, how then do you hold people who are part of the process accountable? And the third thing that is very, very important is that women need to speak up, get the experiences, because then you empower another one who comes after you to know that someone else passed through this road and they need it.
It's absolutely true, and we've all touched upon it in terms of partnerships and collaboration and support. But going forward into this new year, Anastasia, let me come to you. In terms of partnerships, what do they mean when it comes to recalibrating gender equality? How do they open doors or break down barriers for women?
So in the modern world, I think nothing can be successful without partnership. For the last year, we did a few partnerships with NGOs, commercial brands, and worked with an international agenda. So for example, we launched Media for She Congress, which is kind of spin-off of He for She. And as a result, half of the media market in Ukraine have signed the women empowerment principles. So we trust and believe that every big company will move forward with controlling these barriers and to do anything equal for both genders. Also, as we work a lot with the problem of domestic violence, we have a partnership with UNFPA, and this topic is quite sensitive, and we understood that we can be a very loud voice, but we need special expertise of special consultants to do everything really good for women who need this help. We sincerely appreciate the opportunities of the UN Global Compact participation, the global and local programs such as Target Gender Equality, improved all our efforts and opened different new opportunities for private sector participation. Also we had a lot of our internal programs that we have launched, and then we invited different commercial brands like L'Oreal or any other local brand to support parenting program, telling that fatherhood is still absolutely equal and important for the family as women in the family. So any our program we are launching and seeking for partnership with someone who is strong and have expertise in this topic.
Thank you. Sharon, the same question to you in terms of breaking down barriers across different sectors, but also different geographies. How can collaboration, teaming up, partnering together really make a difference? Any examples that you can point to?
I'll speak to a government policy that was put in place in 2013, where 30% of public procurement had to go to women, youth, or persons with disability. And what this did, it gave people the opportunity to be in spaces where they ordinarily would just have dreamt of. Like, my company is a beneficiary of such a policy. We got to work with parastatals and organizations where previously it was just men who could work in those spaces. To support such a policy, it would be paramount to have funds set in place so that as much as you're giving these women opportunity, how then do you see through the whole process? Governments, organizations can actually borrow from this, and with proper execution, proper accountability, especially of funding, the impact made would be very huge, and that would be a step closer towards bridging the gap in gender equality.
Thank you. Let me ask you, Anastasia, and then I'll come to you, Sharon, with the same question. If you could ask one business to implement one important rule, regulation, or government a piece of legislation which will really accelerate and fast-track the road to gender equality, what would it be? What's the single most important thing that businesses and governments need to think about doing today? Anastasia, please.
I see that on the legislation level, it seems to be everything fine. So, for example, in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, in Europe, and all over the world, mostly we don't see any struggles on the legislation level. But then happens different things. Yeah, the world lives his own life. So I strongly believe that every business, as any leader, any person has to use his own superpower to change this world and to struggle with that. So, for example, if I work for media, I have a superpower because I can talk to from 4 to 12 million people at one time. So I must use this voice. If I work for this international streamer, I can talk to 10 millions of people at one time. And I must do this because everything, I believe, starts with changing of the mindset. So if in the rule of law there is equality, the second problem is the mindset. When women don't believe themselves, they feel not so strong, not equal. And this is the first very big problem I believe we need to change. Of course, if I were not in the media or, for example, in the IT sector or engineering, we would take any different steps, for example, promoting and telling the world that there are women who launched special, very cool new stuff in engineering. So everything depends on the industry you work, but there is always an opportunity to change it.
Thank you. Sharon, everything we do starts with a change of mindset. Agree, disagree, or discuss?
I 100% agree. And what I feel what more can be done is we need to start giving women opportunity, train and equip them so that they can deliver on the tasks given to them. Why is this important? Because by not giving women opportunity, we deny almost half of the world's population, because women make up to about 49% of the world's population. And even as we have conversations on gender equality, we need to understand this is not men versus women. Rather, it is we collectively as a society working towards bettering the world.
Thank you, Sharon. Ladies, let me ask you about your leadership styles. You are powerhouses in your own right, so I'm keen to know how your employees feel. How do you steer the ship? How do you chart the course? Sharon, let me come to you again.
Okay. I'm very big on teamwork. I am a team player. We refer to each other as team members in my company because then we go further together as opposed to I alone, and everyone creates synergy. I also feel it is important that as we're having this conversation, we keep encouraging women, like, don't stop and wonder what happens if I don't make my leap of faith. And anyone just struggling with imposter syndrome, stop second-guessing yourself. Yeah. Ask yourself what would happen if you aren't afraid.
Thank you. Anastasia, describe to me your leadership style, and is there any gender bias with the way that you treat the ladies and the gentlemen?
There is no bias in our media group, definitely, but my team is absolutely 100% women. It just happens so. It's not about bias, sorry. What about leadership? I think it's kind of funky. So I believe that every person who wants to be happy has to find the job of his life just to be happy also, not only at home. And that's why I prefer to work with my team, not with the direct things, but with the context. So we all, as a team, we have to be in the same context. That's why we need to communicate about anything, any sphere of our business. And only at that time, when everyone is on the same page and everyone is truly motivated by himself or by herself to do something bigger from today for tomorrow, then everything works. And everyone gets fun at work and everyone is happy. So kind of only context and a little bit funky, something like that.
An all-female team. What a coincidence for our panel discussion. Let me ask you, in terms of where we're looking to be in 5 years' time, what key milestones do you think we will have achieved by then? Or if we haven't got to where we need to be, what's the biggest bottleneck? What's the most important thing to overcome? For Kenya, Sharon, let me ask you.
I see women in more leadership positions. This is in parliament, where laws are made, boardrooms, managerial positions. I make a good reference to Rwanda, country in East Africa, where currently 62% of her parliament is women. So that is a future I see. Above and beyond that, I see women negotiating for better pay and terms for their contracts, because then as we're having these conversations, we're planting seeds, and those seeds will grow and we'll reap the benefits from those seeds. Yeah.
Thank you. Anastasia.
Thank you for this question. I hope that in 5 years, the tendency will get changed just for the better. But at this moment, we see that the world is changing and everyone is talking about equality and tolerance and diversity. And I believe so for this 5 years, we have to work on kind of hygienic level of this. And in 5 years, we will just move forward into a more intelligent way to work that everyone can be everyone who, whatever he finds himself. And it doesn't matter, it will be not about the gender. It's already not about the gender. It's about how you feel yourself. Maybe it could be 3 or 4, 2 different genders, anything you want. But I think this is the next 5-year tendency for the whole world. Of course, on the country level, there are much more tough situation and there will be more problems. But we have to move and to believe that everything has to be changed.
Thank you for that positive outlook. Sharon, the final word to you. You've referred to imposter syndrome, so often felt by so many. Therefore, do we need to be boosting the confidence of girls and boys at school level? Does change at the top come from change at the bottom, grassroots level, in terms of education?
Yes, we need to do that. And it starts from the family setup. Because then how you bring up your children is the outlook they have towards life. And it's very important. I make an example. When a baby girl is learning to crawl, and a boy is also learning to crawl, we allow the boy to fall and pick himself up. But for the girl child, we feel very guarded and we feel the need to keep securing her. So then as she's dealing with it, what that does is we're dealing with obstacles in life, we take a mindset that keeps us guarded. So even when opportunities come, you'll probably ask, so why me? Why is this happening? Why did I get this opportunity? But for a boy, he will go right for it. He will not stop and wonder, why did I get this opportunity?
Thank you so much, Sharon. In the words of Elton John, we're still standing. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for joining me. That concludes our panel discussion. Please join me in thanking my esteemed guests for their contribution this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. See you hopefully in Dubai sometime in the future. Stay safe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, much food for thought there, I'm sure you'll agree. And speaking of food, it's time for coffee and cake. So please make your way next door for some refreshments and join me back here in 10 minutes' time for our next session. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 5 minutes. Our program will start shortly. Please make your way to the plenary. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 1 minute. Our program will start shortly. Please make your way to the plenary.
Say cheese. It's time for a photo opportunity at the front here. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the refreshments and the networking opportunities. There'll be plenty more later today, this evening, and of course tomorrow. I have an exciting event to tell you about, but more on that later. If you could please take your seats, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. Thank you. It is now time for our forum's keynote address, for which I'm delighted to invite to the stage Maher Nasser. He is the Director of the Outreach Division in the United Nations Department of Global Communications, and he is also the General Commissioner of the UN at Expo 2020 Dubai. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you to UN Global Compact, the Dubai Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me to deliver these remarks. I wouldn't call it a keynote address. I'm not a business executive, and I have never worked in business or the private sector. I have spent 34 years in the United Nations. I have worked in the United Nations for 34 years because it inspires me. I find myself totally aligned with the principles that it is about. But I'm also a consumer and the father of 3 children, 27, 25, and 20 years old, who have grown up on 3 continents. They are children of mixed marriage. I'm Palestinian, my wife is British. So I would say they do represent the young people of today. And I listen to them and I see their habits of buying, talking about companies and brands. And I can tell you also from my observations as somebody who interacts with young people, who works a lot with the Youth Envoy, the Secretary General's Youth Envoy of the United Nations, and with civil society organizations, that the values that the United Nations represents, and of course now the Sustainable Development Goals, the noble objective that by 2030 we want to live in a world free from poverty, from hunger, on a healthy planet where equality and dignity are upheld for everyone. That is a principle that governments and world leaders have undertaken to achieve by 2030. By 2019, 2 years ago, we were not on track to meet that. And we recognize that. And the Deputy Secretary General, when she was here 2 days ago, she spoke about it. And we recognize that it's the time to try to identify a silver lining in the pandemic, which set us further back in achieving the SDGs. And it is a time for all hands on deck. That means that this is not just a job for governments. This is a job for the private sector. This is a job for civil society. This is a job for leaders of all sectors of community. It is a job for individuals as well. We all have a responsibility as we go about our business in the way we engage on issues, the way we spend our money, the way we vote. Sometimes we vote in elections, and most times we vote with our wallets. And I think businesses and business leaders are aware of this. It was not out of goodwill that the Business Roundtable in 2019 redefined the purpose of corporation. The purpose of corporation up to 2019 was to benefit the shareholders at all cost. So what mattered for business and business leadership was how much profit and how much value am I going to make for my shareholder, no matter the impact on the environment, no matter the impact on my employees. The new definition by the top American companies was changed to say that the new purpose of the corporation is to bring value to all stakeholders. And I think if I were to work in business, I would have probably failed if it was with the old principle, because what kept me in the UN is the need to work for the good of all. And the good of all includes the environment and the planet on which we live. But today, with the changed purpose of the corporation, I can work for a company. And maybe after I finish with the UN, maybe I will work for a company. But it has to be a company committed to upholding equality, dignity, and ensuring sustainability cuts across all elements of its business cycle and business processes. Business leaders need to be aware that we are in crisis. Last week, the UN Economic Prospects report spoke about the struggling coming out of a deep crisis caused by the pandemic. When we look at the climate change and the climate crisis, we are looking at not only failing to achieve Paris, but even worse than that. And that has catastrophic implications, not only on poor countries, because no crisis stays within national borders. And I think the pandemic has taught us that. The pandemic started in one country, and now we see it affecting and has been impacting us for 2 years. In his address yesterday to the World Economic Forum at Davos, the Secretary General spoke about this, and he spoke that he has 3 asks of the business community. The first ask related to the pandemic and the need to bring all hands on deck to deal with the impact of the pandemic, but also mainly also to ensure that we are more active in ensuring equity. Equity in vaccine distribution, equity in protecting everyone, because until everyone is safe, no one is safe. The second thing he spoke about was the need to reevaluate the finance system and financing issues, and that's a public-private issue, it's not just public issue. And the third, he spoke, of course, about the climate crisis and the need to really invest in addressing that challenge. So I actually invite you all to look at the Secretary General's speech. The last thing I want to put on the table and mention, I know that my time is out, so I think the panel has a lot more to say and contribute to this discussion. The previous panel was on gender and gender equality. Last year, the Fortune 500 celebrated a milestone that out of the 500 CEOs, 41 were women. That was a milestone in the history of the Fortune 500. That's important, but that's actually 8.2%. That is nothing. When we talk about gender equality, these are decisions that we're not talking about transitioning energy and changing the way we produce things. This is about political will and political power. It's time to also to change who sits at the table. We need equity at that level. And that is something that is doable, and we know it is. Because Secretary General Antonio Guterres, he took it upon himself that the top leadership of the UN will have gender equality, and he was able to achieve it within his first 2 years in office. He achieved it at the level of Under-Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, which would be executives on the boards of companies. He achieved it in the UN presence in the field, in the resident coordinators, and we have been all instructed to ensure that we do it. In parliaments across the world, women's representation has doubled in the last 20 years, but it doubled from 13% to 26%, so it's still far from being where it needs to be. But that's better than companies. So you have a lot to do as businesses. And I think you have to really, because that investment is an investment that will benefit you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nasser, for a great speech and setting up the scene around financing for the SDGs, which is going to be the focus of our next panel. My name is Marie Morris. I head Sustainable Finance at the UN Global Compact, working with Sander here. It's my pleasure to be here today, moderate this session of women only. Yes, it is possible. This is going to be our panel talking about gender diversity in action. It's my pleasure to welcome on stage and virtually as well two of our panelists, and then we'll be joined by Mabinti Koroma online. I also work, and I have the pleasure to work with Mabinti in New York. But let me first introduce you to Sarah Osmani, Managing Director, Head of Sustainable Finance at FAB. Welcome, Sarah. And Zara Malik, CEO and co-founder of Grosvenor Capital. Please give them a warm thank you. And hopefully we've got Mabinti joining us as well on the line. Hi, Mabinti.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
It's great to join from New York. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have this conversation with dynamic leaders in the room.
We're excited to have you. And I was just saying, a female-only panel doesn't happen all the time, so here we are. Looking forward to going through a few questions. If we do have the time at the end, we'll also hopefully open up to the floor. But I really want to focus, because we've got three amazing panelists here today. It just feels like I've known you for a while. Let's just maybe start a little bit with a bit of an icebreaker. And I apologize, I've not been on stage for 2 years, so I'm maybe a bit rusty, but looking forward to this. So perhaps, sort of starting with you, Zara, what gets you up in the morning? What's the motivation?
Thank you so much again for the opportunity and for hosting us today. It's a real honor. So when you asked me that question, I thought, do I go this serious, or do I, again, I think we're all a bit rusty being on stage. I think the correct answer for me personally has been, I've really been on this journey to define impact and what purpose actually means. And they say that the two most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you find out why, and just sort of really trying to work through that. And I think the pandemic has propelled that. So I think there's definitely that sort of trying to be this agent of impact. But the real answer is my 1-year-old son. I have no choice but to get up. So that's definitely my real answer.
That's good. That's let's keep it a bit light. I think that would be great. How about you, Sarah? What keeps you going? What's kept you going for the last 2 years?
Well, I would say that, in addition to my professional responsibilities, for everyone's information, I head up the sustainable asset and project finance business for First Abu Dhabi Bank. In addition to, supporting sustainability in a professional way, I also have the ability to give back in my own personal way as well. I'm also on the board of AWAR, which is Advancing Women in Aviation Roundtable. So I'm extremely passionate about that. And I think these two things together, are the reason why I wake up every day and want to make that change and, help towards sustainability in the future.
Fantastic. So I think you're in the right place to make that happen. Mabinti, anything I don't know about you yet that we want to share to the audience today?
Yeah, I'm excited to have another day. I think as the world is experiencing this pandemic, it's to have another breath, to celebrate life, to have moments to connect with family and friends safely. It's to wake up each morning in gratitude, to be anchored in intention, to give and be thoughtful about every day that we are afforded life. I think I'm just thankful to be able to touch lives in many ways and connect with global leaders and friends and families in a way as we work together, given our shared interest to make the world better. And so I'm driven by that motivation. And it helps to have coffee as well in the morning. So,
thanks, Mabinti. I don't know if it's possible to bring Mabinti on stage virtually. That'd be super for everyone to interact as well when we can. So what are we here today to discuss? We've heard about the SDGs, or some of them. I'm not going to do a quiz around the room of whether you actually know the 17 SDGs. I'm sure that's pretty basics. But we've heard about gender diversity. We've heard about climate. We've heard about sort of what suppliers are actually doing in their supply chains. So there's loads of different aspects. But obviously, none of this is actually going to happen if we don't put financing behind it. So this is what I want to focus on over the next half an hour or so. And just to give you a little bit of setting up the scene, we're thinking about sort of $5 to $7 trillion annually to fill that gap. So if you think about achieving the SDGs by 2030, so we're now looking at sort of actually, it's now 8 years. I don't know, we've kind of missed those last 2 years. I used to say 10, but we're now back to 8 years. So 8 years to achieve those goals, or some of them, what's been estimated is a gap of 5 to 7 trillion per year. And how we're going to actually achieve that? The different actors, right? There's the banks, there's the financial sector overall, investors, and of course, the corporates that we work with at the UN Global Compact. So that's just setting up the scene, and I want to hear a bit more about sort of our panelists on that. But perhaps just to kind of kick us started, I'm going to ask each of you here on the panel, what's your organization, so you can introduce a little bit more the work that you're doing, what your organization is actually is doing to deepen ESG integration and adoption of that. So perhaps Sarah, if you want to, and I can see you nodding. So.
Yes, with pleasure. So I co-founded Grosvenor Capital about 3 years ago. Again, I agree with you, Maria, in terms of timing, and I think it's all a bit of a blur, but the key focus of what we do is we work very closely with core families, corporates, institutions to really try and define what impact means to them. We look at purpose-driven investments, we look at sort of how do we put purpose at the forefront of their mandate. So we do advisory work, we do a lot of research. And I think in terms of an organization, how we're trying to embed ESG is a lot of it is knowledge-driven. So even for me personally, I think, although I don't think we can all say about the 17 goals intensely sort of know them at the back of our hand, but it's a real learning journey. So I think even for me personally, it's constantly trying to research, write frequently about the topic, to try and always be up to speed because it's forever changing. So that's a key narrative for us that we're trying to drive, and to work with like-minded individuals to really try to navigate them through the space.
That's great. So kind of keeping abreast of the developments and starting pushing for that. Super. And Sarah, what's FAB doing in that space?
So I would say that I think FAB is playing a very prominent role in this space. I think ESG/sustainability is a huge focus for the bank, and this is also in line with we came up with the net zero by 2050 commitment just post the UAE government's announcement of the same. I think we've been following the ESG agenda over the last couple of years, having been the first bank in the region to have done a green bond. And of course, under our green bond, there are several projects which have been financed, like the solar projects that have come up both in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, some energy efficient buildings, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, I think it's about the bank leading by example, and we are literally putting the SDGs in front of us. We do sustainability reporting on an annual basis, and there are certain specific SDGs which have been identified, and we report against those. And that is how we are also encouraging our clients, the corporates as well as the investors, to report along those lines as well. I mean, from a rating perspective, the bank is also rated AA by MSCI and a CDP rating of A-. Again, these are all leader category sort of ratings. So it's all about us being there, enabling our clients, which are the corporates as well as the sovereigns, to work together in furthering the sustainability agenda.
Well, thanks, Sarah. And we'll come back to that dual role that banks have. That's fascinating. Mabinti, maybe a little bit about what Live Africa does, and so specifically around the ESG trends that you've observed as well.
Yeah, Live Africa, which stands for Legacy Impact Venture Enterprises, is a company that's based in Nairobi, Kenya, and operates in the US. We work with a team to engage and help investors measure and manage their impact. We specialize in using leading approaches in impact investing, looking at different frameworks in terms of what is the social and the environmental impact of investments across different asset classes. How is capital being used to positively impact historically marginalized communities? And we apply a gender lens to really help investors understand where there are the opportunities and gaps and how to manage risks. In addition to working with investors to drive more capital across the African continent, specifically to African women-led businesses. And so for us, we are committed to SDG 5 around gender equality, as well as SDG 8, looking at economic growth and decent work for all. And then having the opportunity to work with corporates and closely with the UN Global Compact CFO Task Force to really understand how we can have greater representation from across Africa and Asia so that we can unlock more capital that's SDG linked and deliver both impact and financial return.
Thank you. And I've just realized actually you are on screen, so yeah, I'm so tech savvy, it's incredible. What are the current trends, Zara, that you see in the ESG space? And also, question to Sarah, I think for both of you, what do you see happening, and then what do you foresee coming?
I think, unfortunately, I wasn't hoping that we'd have to kind of talk about COVID and pre-COVID, post-COVID. I don't think we're quite at post-COVID, but I think it's necessary to perhaps put a spotlight at the impact that COVID's now made on sort of ESG trends. So even if you look at the healthcare sector, for example, although that might have propelled that agenda, I think there's still a lot of learnings that need to be done. I think what we need to do now is really try to, engage with all key stakeholders to be able to propel some of these nuances around the changes within healthcare. I think that's a key facet that's sort of happening within ESG. I think a positive, though, however, has been a much more significant emphasis on the S in ESG. So the social emphasis is sort of growing, because I think right down from corporates to individuals, we're very much focused on the human. And I think that's something that's been really positive. So we're seeing, innovations within tech of how we can be much more aware of the self. FinTech has also been really taken an emergence as well, because there's been that change and almost sort of that forced change that we've had to take a little bit more of a spotlight approach, especially on the S in the ESG, because I think on the environmental side, it's sort of been the easy tick box exercise to sort of say, I'm looking at clean tech, or I'm looking at sustainability, or and even on the governance perspective, there's been sort of a lot of emphasis. But I think a positive in terms of the change of trends and what we're seeing is the sort of drive for the social element of ESG.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that's been reflected as well in the membership of the Global Compact. A lot of companies approaching us to work on decent work, and understanding that one of their key assets is actually their people. I mean, it sounds pretty obvious, but if anything, I think the pandemic's really sort of shown that. Sarah, sort of, similar question to you. What are the trends that you've seen, perhaps if you want to build on what Zara was saying?
I agree with Zara here as well, but I'll get to that in a little bit. I think, when you speak about the environment and all, right, if you specifically look at this region, the region's GDP has been dependent on fossil fuels for the last 100 years, right? So I mean, it is not something that you easily switch away from. So the way it is going to happen is that it's going to be a transition towards clean energy, and it's going to be a journey that we will need to be on. And I think that's where I see there to be a lot of momentum in terms of, clean energy, which I think hits your SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy. And that's very evident from, obviously the projects that are emerging in the region in the solar space, which I mentioned. But at the same time, there are also, other projects that are coming up, like on the hydrogen side. Green hydrogen is something that is going to play a huge role in mobility, in the mobility sector, for example. And that will help with the transition of a region which is heavily focused on fossil fuels. So, and we can see that the governments have the various agendas as well in support of this climate change and environmental aspects. But then again, to Zahra's point, I think post-COVID, actually the S has become very important. I think the E, or the green aspect, has always been very well understood, but now the emphasis has been more on the social as well as, I would say, governance side as well, because there's a huge amount of pressure from investors, for corporates and sovereigns for that matter, to do ESG reporting. And I think that is really the first step, because if you start ingraining ESG into your reporting process, then you are conscious about delivering on those SDG targets as well. And the social side, again, we've seen so much, in this space due to COVID, all the vaccine drives that are happening, for example, and even the fact that, a lot of companies are incorporating KPIs which are linked to gender equality within their organizations. This is all a step in the right direction. So totally agree with you that, while the environmental side is well understood, now it's the social and the governance which is also becoming increasingly important in addition to the environmental side.
Yeah, that's, absolutely my kind of take on it as well. Because recently, speaking to quite a few banks, globally, and all saying, without sort of being condescending about it, but saying very much climate is now a given. It's been integrated. It's been reported on. What's the next big trend? And governance actually, sort of seems to be a big push as well. But I think we're going to be rotating right between ESG for quite a long time, and the whole idea is to integrate that going forward. But Mobinti, a little bit on your side as well. I want to introduce the notion of investors. So what's in there for investors? The SDGs. What kind of roadmap does it offer? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think institutional investors specifically are really galvanizing around the SDGs. Investors are mapping their investment strategies and asset classes against the SDGs to assess performance. To echo the sentiment around ESG assessments, ESG factors are being integrated across the investment process, and as well as the business value chain. I think for investors, the motivation around aligning to the SDGs is how can we refine our investment strategies, identifying gaps and opportunities to drive more financing strategically. As you can see, there's more emergence and conversations around not just green bonds and SDG-linked bonds, but how can we use and leverage blended finance to drive more impact. And so I think around investors, there is this momentum that's being driven, and this galvanization around the SDGs as a viable strategy to really improve the way we invest. Because if we aren't able to achieve the SDGs, if we're not making material impact that we can report on, then we have a challenge in meeting the goals and actually realizing real measurable impact across communities. And so I think for investors, there's this opportunity, but we also recognize that more needs to be done. I think it's been stated multiple times, and it needs to be overstated, that the pandemic has certainly exacerbated some of the gaps. And I think this is an opportunity for more investors to look at blended finance approaches, to really think about how can we be more strategic in terms of creating and developing SDG-linked investment instruments that align with the needs of people in emerging and frontier markets. So I think that it's exciting, but it also reveals that there's more that needs to be done, and there's opportunities through partnerships to do that.
Thanks. And I think I have a question actually, which comes back quite often around sort of, when I speak to investors. We work with one of the largest fixed income investor. I'm not going to name them, but I will. PIMCO, and a few others. And one of the questions from them is the money's there. How do we accelerate on this? And we were talking about it backstage. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Sort of, where do you see that disconnection, I guess, between sort of the funding and the actual impact or outcome? At least, Zara, do you want to start?
So I think it's a great question, and I think that's something that we're all. It's a question. It's the big question mark of if the capital's there. And we know what the problems are, why are we not just marrying the two together? Surely it's a very clean, easy transaction. I think it's because if we look at the key stakeholders that are actually a part of this, right? So the one thing that's unique about the SDGs, as perhaps its predecessors of the Millennium Development Goals, is that there wasn't necessarily this ownership that the business community took, the corporates took, or the investors took, because quite frankly, they thought that it wasn't necessarily a role that they had to play. And then in come the SDGs, and I think also with COVID propelling sort of certain issues, to the business society, I think there was a sort of notion of, well, how do we play this role? But I think this is where there has to be that real synergy between governments and government sector and the private sector. So the actual essence of what PPP should actually be, because I think I love that you're smiling at that, Marie, because I think it's something that we sort of just say the term and think, right, that's the solution. But actually, that is where the disconnect is. So there are certain things that governments can do. I mean, things like carbon tax, we all know that they can actually generate revenue that's positive, and then investors feel reassured that if the governments have actually put in place key policies that would allow them to actually invest their capital in partnership properly with governments, I feel that there'll be a lot more. We'll be far more aligned than perhaps we are now. So, I mean, even if you look at the emerging markets, which I know we'll touch on a bit later on, but if there is that sort of onus from governments at that level to say, let us put some key policies in place, let us allow our investment mandate so that private investors in the business community feel that they can actually make a dent in the particular need. So whether it's, I know we always talk about clean energy, but I think that's been a key focus to date. But infrastructure, there's still a huge gap in the emerging markets of that need of investment, and the private sector community can play a huge role in that. So yes, the capital's there, but I think actually it's about really aligning the key stakeholders to actually be able to achieve them. So it does have to be a top-down approach to be able to create something a little bit more universal. And I think we're getting there, but there are still a few key cogs to be able to move this forward.
Yeah, and that's going to be so essential to fill that gap. Sarah, any thoughts on that?
The way I look at it is that, the region is at a fairly nascent stage when it comes to ESG and ESG financing. So there is actually a lot of education involved here, which is essential or required to get corporates motivated towards having an ESG agenda. And I think looking at where Europe is, the region is many years behind Europe in that sense. So it's a lot to do with education. So the capital is there, but the governments need to work together with the private sector. I think governments have been playing their part in terms of setting the various agendas that they have in the region, which benefit sustainability. But at the same time, it's the development of the private-public partnerships that Zara referred to as well. But it's also about, when you look at the energy side of things, I mean, that's a sector that they've managed to kind of home in on, and they've got enough capital and enough appetite and enough investors and corporates interested in that sector. But there are other sectors where you need a lot of development, whether it's in social housing, whether it's in hospitals or it's in education. I mean, those are the sectors that need to be developed. But at the same time, it is not something the governments are pushing that agenda, but they can't do it on their own. They need the corporates and the private sector to come up with the same agenda. And slowly the corporates are getting educated in that same line, and they're looking at ways of doing it sustainably. Now, at the same time, the financiers play a very important role in terms of encouraging or discouraging certain types of activities. We saw that happen for coal, for example. A lot of banks actually stopped financing coal, and that had a huge impact as well. There was limited financing. So at the same time, I mean, if the financing community gets together as well and starts financing projects which will result in a better or sustainable future, then that's how you also channel the investors as well. So I think, again, investors are doing their bit in terms of seeking disclosures, because that's how we all need to work together to deliver what is required. I think there's still a lot to be done in this space, and I think a lot of organizations are still sitting on the fence, I feel, but there are clearly a few leaders in this space, in the corporate space. Majid Al Futtaim is clearly one in this country which is leading by example, and there are obviously a few others as well in this space. So it's about collaborating, working together, educating across the board, and having the same agenda and steering the financing towards it as well.
Thank you. So we've touched on, just to summarize, because I know everyone's following very closely this session, no one's on the phones. One is sort of looking at sort of the alignment strategy for this, and then two, we've touched on some of the obstacles as well. And now I want to move to the solutions. What can we actually be done? What can be done? And we've touched on sort of the corporate side, what's out there, what kind of solutions. So Mabinti, you've already kind of hinted on it, but we've talked about, and this is a bit of a mouthful, but I want to remember because I'm sure it's going to be mainstream very soon, but SDG-linked finance. Show of hand in the room if anyone has heard of it. Yes, so I think we need maybe a little bit more time on this, but we've got about 15 minutes left just to let you know. What we'll do is go into sort of this question on SDG-linked finance and see if we can just deep a little bit closer. Anyone else has heard of green bonds? Show of hands? Probably more, right? So it's the same principle, but it's applied to the SDGs, and it's looking at sort of how to raise capital, specifically how companies actually can do that, raise capital to align their broader strategy with the SDGs, and that's really where I think potentially sort of capital can be redirected. So Mabinti, do you want to share your thoughts on that, and then I'll move to Zara and Sarah, specifically on SDG-linked finance.
Yeah, I think there is a stronger appetite, particularly among institutional investors, as well as private equity, VC investors, around mapping their strategies and their assets against the SDGs. I think when we talk about kind of the SDG linked, what's coming up is around gender lens investing, or applying a gender lens, different factors to really guide your investment strategies. I think the appetite is knowing that in order to drive greater economic growth, we need to really address the environmental and social challenges, and through aligning our investments, whether it's green bonds, whether it's through private equity, and other innovative financing tools like blended finance, to really embed intentional impact into our investment strategies. I think there is that need, and I think there is a growing appetite around galvanizing around SDG investments. When you look at platforms like the CFO Task Force, conversations are being had around green bonds and other ways that different CFOs who play a critical role in influencing investment strategies are coming together to really identify what can we do in a way that's aligned, how can we align risk and incentives, how can we look at limiting exposure, but also the importance of taking and really redefining risk. I think some of the challenges is this risk perception. If we align to the SDGs, SDGs, am I only looking at concessionary capital? But you can get positive impact as well as good financial performance. And I think there are CFOs and investors who are demonstrating that. But I think until we have more case examples and greater disclosure, I mean, Sarah touched on the importance of disclosure, and I think more investors are doing that as it aligns to the SDGs, looking at ESG factors, but also looking at how can we be more impact forward. So I think now that we have momentum around the SDGs, I think it's important to really have these public-private partnerships come together. And right now, it's the conversations around how can we do that around blended finance, how can we create new investment instruments that are SDG linked, and greater, how can we kind of continuously report on this using KPIs so that we can really look at comparing impact performance across different asset classes, sectors, as it aligns to the SDGs.
Thanks, Mabinti. And just for reference, if some of you want to have a look, we work with a company called Enel. They're an energy production company based in Italy but operating globally, and they issued one of the first SDG-linked bond back in 2019. It's quite interesting, to see how investors actually responded to that. And some of the companies I work with have estimated a market for those, for about sort of 5 trillion annually. So, it's about building this market and creating these new types of instruments. But any thoughts on that, Sarah and Sarah? It would be great to hear your views as well.
So I think Mabinti gave a really great sort of summary there in terms of where we are with the SDG-linked financing. I think what's quite nice about this, which I think is it's really bringing that blended finance approach to what we've all talked about. If you look at the two key issues at the moment have been the ability to measure impact and then the ability to give that disclosure, which Sarah also touched on, right? So I think what's unique about this particular opportunity is that you're actually having a chance to do those two key things and that be able to actually present that to your investors. So I think that's something that's quite refreshing for that particular financial instrument. I think for me personally, what I believe is important is, as Mabinti touched on, is there is that energy now, there is that drive to really propel the SDG forwards. We've only got 8 years. What does that actually mean? And how do we actually create tools? So even here in the region, which Sarah touched on as well, pre-COVID in November 2019, when the region had actually announced their first social impact bond, there was such a sort of breath of, oh, great, we're looking at innovative tools, and having really studied what Ronald Cohen had done, and Rowan Cohen had done in the UK around the first impact bond as well, and how we've seen that growth in the last 30 years and the innovation around it. Very, very refreshing. But I think the key point here is that constant reassurance for investors. Because I think what people need to feel is, when I'm talking to my family offices, or when I'm talking to other sort of, the next gen investors, it's that constant ability to create reassurance. So if you're able to give that reassurance to your investor that your product A is going to produce Y, I think it's about making sure that we're creating that nuance, and it's very, very important. So I think we've definitely hit something very positive, and as you've said, Marie, there's massive opportunity, right? So, but again, it's about the learnings. What I'm hoping is that we are being able to achieve those the issues around measurement. We are able to encourage disclosure and essentially be able to wrap it around education, which I think is super important. So I think we're getting there, but I think we've still got a long way to go. And I think, as the audience knows, it's sort of one of those, another technical term that's come out, and are we just going to spend the next few years to get our head around it before the next big bond is announced? So I think we need to just kind of give it that time and see the impact that it's actually going to make.
Yeah, absolutely. And sustainability has to be value, right? It has to be about performance, for sure. Sarah, any thoughts specifically on the green bonds? I know SAB is definitely leading in that space.
No, I mean, what I would say is that, this is a natural evolution towards sustainability linked financing, ESG linked financing, or SDG linked financing. If I look at it, it's in the same way. I mean, as FAB, we issued the first green bond, but we quickly realized after that it wasn't just about green, it was about sustainability. So what we actually did was we upgraded our green financing framework into a sustainability sustainable financing framework so that we can also do sustainable projects which are wider than just the green aspect. And the other thing is that, the green is also a very limiting aspect in the sense that a lot of the financing was driven based on use of proceeds methodology, which meant that the underlying asset had to be green, and that's how it was being financed. So there were only a number of corporates or sovereigns that could avail that green financing or green bond funding because it was limited to specific use of proceeds for that project. I think with this evolution towards sustainability, it actually widens the horizon for everyone, actually. Even corporates who don't necessarily have green projects, they can try and operate in a sustainable way. And you mentioned about Inel, we've also seen ENI also, they launched their sustainability financing framework, I think in June, and subsequently they also did their first sustainability linked bond. Here in the region, there have been a couple of examples. I mentioned Majid Al Futem. They started off with a green sukuk. There were 2 of them in 2019, and just recently they did a sustainability linked loan, which is linked to 3 KPIs, both environmental and social. Etihad Airways did something similar, again linked to 3 KPIs, both on the environmental, social, and governance side. So it's about how to operate in a more sustainable manner. And I think by setting up these sustainable financing frameworks, you're actually putting it into your DNA, as in the corporates then start making decisions, keeping those aspects in mind because they have this aspect of reporting against those KPIs. So I think it's a much wider terminology, and it actually encourages everyone to do their part in terms of, going towards a more sustainable future by implementing these sustainability linked loans where they are answerable towards these KPIs to the investors, to the banks, and to the public.
Yeah, and so this is the future, a little plug. But we work also with Annie, and we have a task force, CFO task force, so if any of you is interested to even just thinking about those issues we've discussed right now, let me know. I'd love to kind of have a further conversation. Just looking at the time, about sort of 4 minutes left, and I would like to kind of open the floor, because I don't think we've done that yet, and just I guess creating a bit more energy in the room would be nice. But perhaps, sort of before well, actually, no, let's go to the room. I'll just scrap my last questions. And anyone volunteering for 1 or 2 questions before we close, this is your chance to talk about sustainable finance and how we can actually address this. So don't be shy. I'm not asking you to come on stage. I don't know if anyone has a... Yes? There might be a mic coming at some point. I was told that there were, but otherwise, oh yes, sorry. If you go right behind, there's a standing mic over there. Thank you so much. And just in the interest of time, if you can keep the question quite short, I'll take 2 questions.
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you to the organizing Chamber of Commerce and United Nations for their support. Of course, all of us, we need this sustainable development because it's one of the goals which a lot of committees study these cases, especially today financially. Thank you to the speakers about what you give us because it was really useful. We talk about financial sustainability. Until now, the big hit with COVID is damaged a lot of companies, and especially the SMEs and micro SMEs. How you see the future of the SMEs and micro SMEs for the financial sustainability, especially now raising the capitals and the fund is very difficult. Where you see that financial support located? Thank you. My name is Leila Rahab.
Thank you very much for your question. And I think I have another one.
Hello.
And yes?
Yeah. So my name is Eli. I am an accessibility consultant with the DAS Solutions. I quickly want to to say that I will be asking a question around goals number 10 and 11 of the SDGs, revolving around livable cities and reduced inequalities from the perspective of people with disabilities, referred to as people of determination in the UAE. And again, because the current panel is around financing, I wanted to ask if you are aware of any, we spoke about green bonds and different bonds to do with sustainable practices and so on. So are there any that you are aware of that tend to support activities and initiatives around the inclusion of people with disabilities anywhere in the world from where you come from?
Perfect. Thank you very much both for your questions. I'm going to stop here. I know you're burning, dying to ask more, but we can do that online. We have 1 minute and 45 seconds left to answer both questions, SMEs and use of accessibility.
I mean, two very superb questions. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to give, it's so hard because it's just, I'm looking at the time and I'm sort of now talking really quickly. I'd love to talk about it afterwards. I mean, I don't personally am not aware of an existing bond for people of determination. I think there's a need. That's definitely something that we, funnily enough, I had one of my investors bring this up a few months ago, and it's actually just come back, you just brought that back to my radar. I'd love to just perhaps have a separate conversation because personally I don't know if my fellow panelists do, unfortunately, but I think there's absolutely a need. On the SMEs, yes, so Mabinti, you'll know this in the US, right? So the SME community and the small to medium ones are essentially 50% are the ones that are actually driving employment. So huge, and especially in the region, right? So the growing rise of SMEs and people have really been knocked by COVID. I think there's two things that need to be done. First is that constant need to innovate and be agile. I think that's something that we need to encourage SMEs to do, especially in the region, and being able to actually project that and ensure that investors are reassured that they're doing that. And I think the second thing is their reporting. So I think that's a massive thing that a lot of SMEs, because of course, they're rolling up their sleeves, they're trying to make sure that they're kind of taking each day as it comes. But I think if you're able to articulate both your impact that you're making, as well as being able to report that to your investors, I think we can still encourage investment into SMEs. I'm sorry, I think it's just a time pressure.
No, I think this
but I could have gone really into depth there, but I just think that there was a bit of I'm hugely passionate about this topic.
And this is the topic of our next panel, maybe for next year or so. Yeah. But Sarah, over to you, and then Mabinti, I'll let you give us the final words.
So just very quickly on the SMEs, I mean, we saw that when the pandemic started, the central banks actually stepped in and provided, these packages to SMEs and to corporates as well, which were allocated to the banks, and the banks actually financed against those and offered deferred payment terms to many of those SMEs and corporates as well. And I think the best thing that some of these central banks did was that there was no capital requirements for banks to do that, because obviously when the bank is deferring payments and all, they have to allocate certain amount of capital. So actually they made it easier for banks to do that. So I think in that sense, the central banks as well as the banks played their part in terms of supporting the SMEs as well as the larger corporates that were having difficulty in terms of meeting their financing requirements. But clearly SME is a sector that financial institutions need to understand a lot better, and I think it is to do with the fact that perhaps there need to be more disclosures, but that is a place clearly where we need a lot of improvement, and we definitely need a lot more focus on. When it comes to financing of, for example, disability aspects or things like that, in my opinion, we haven't seen anything as yet in the shape of a bond, but where we are encouraging our clients is when we're talking to them about sustainability-linked loans, for example, this could actually be used as one of the KPIs. It can be used as a social KPI in terms of the investments that the company is making towards, having people with disabilities in the workforce, for example. It's similar to, for example, when you look at gender, right? So gender, this thing, people of determination, and then even to a wider extent, the in-country value, meaning, employing your local, sort of locals into organizations and all. So these are all sort of ideas that we've been generating to our clients as well to consider as part of their sustainability-linked loans and introducing KPIs in that respect. And then, of course, reporting on those aspects as well.
Thanks, Sarah. Mabinti, over to you for quick final thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent and timely question, because I think that there are a number of philanthropic organizations, specifically foundations, that are aligning themselves with impact investors to create new financing mechanisms designed specifically to support small and medium enterprises in emerging and frontier markets. And so what you saw during the top of the pandemic were different rapid response mechanisms for certain sectors. But now, as we kind of look at the impact on the pandemic on this economy, I think there are more pools of funding where investors are coming together, creating new SME financing facilities to invest in women-led and companies that are led by people from historically marginalized communities. At the top of the conversation, one of the keynote speakers mentioned equity. More investors are including equity factors in terms of who they are allocating capital to. And when they invest in a company or a small company, they're also attaching a technical assistant facility. So in addition to capital investments, you're getting additional support to help capacity build, to help strengthen your operations. So I think there is this partnership that's happening between impact investing and then the foundations and some family offices that are coming together, pulling funding together to invest specifically in SMEs that are women-led, as well as ones that are led by people from historically marginalized communities. So that gives us hope, but certainly there are more to come. And I think there is an opportunity to do that when you align to the SDGs. So I think that we should continue to push and advocate, because SMEs are some of the drivers of economic growth, especially when you look at emerging and frontier markets.
Thank you so much. And just a final word for me. I think we've heard a lot about financing, so obstacles, solutions, but also a big focus on partnerships throughout. And that's SDG 17. And I can only recommend so for you to have a look at that as well. Big applause to our panel. Thank you so much for joining us. And looking forward to more bilateral conversations after this. Thank you for your attention. And I think there's a video playing now.
That is just the beginning of a sea change that will sweep away those companies that follow the old ways and the old status quo. For the sake of the planet, and frankly, let's face it, for the sake of long-term profitability, big business has to be proactive and lead change.
Amidst a pandemic, an economic crisis, and a climate emergency, business as usual is no longer an option. Instead, this is a time for ambition.
Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Time now for a slight change of pace as we look to the future and we hear from 4 trailblazers. This will be an inspirational and an exciting session. You will see 4 presentations of around 10 minutes each, and presenting them are future innovators. And they are looking to provide the world with solutions for sustainable problems. They are entrepreneurs, they are thought leaders, they are trailblazers, and they are all addressing the SDGs. Keeping the gender balance as if we planned it, we have 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies. One of our guests is virtual, and I'll introduce him shortly, and the rest will be here in person. Ivan Bielak, and I do hope I've pronounced his name correctly, he'll have to forgive me if not. He is the co-founder and president of the Serbian blockchain initiative SBI. He's a Serbian entrepreneur and a serial innovator. He's been involved in creating several unique companies since he first entered the foray of innovative solutions, and the service companies operate on a global scale. He is the former CEO of Devana Technologies and one of the most successful Serbian technology company founders. After that, he turned his attention towards developing the company MPV Workshops, which you may know, specializing, of course, in global consultancy, research and development, and, of course, all relating to emerging blockchain technologies. Amongst his many successes, he has overseen the development of Celsius Network, which is a crypto lending service with, get this, $23 billion under management. So let's hear how he did it and what the future holds. Please join me in saying hello and give a warm welcome to Ivan. Ivan, hello, Mahava, a warm welcome. Over to you.
Hello, and thank you for that great introduction. I'm sorry I'm not able to be here with you in person because of COVID, but hope to see you all soon in the future. As mentioned, I run a company, actually a venture builder company called MVP Workshop, and among our most famous, let's say, products that were incubated and we worked on are Celsius Network and Polygon also. Celsius is a crypto lending platform. We also just passed over $30 billion in assets. We have over 1.4 active users, and we so far over these last 4 years paid out over $1 billion in yield and reward programs. When it comes to Polygon, we are actually the ones building the Polygon Edge or Polygon SDK, which is basically a way for you to launch a Polygon-based network yourself. And Polygon is currently the most used solution for scaling Ethereum in the world. The reason why I think this is important, especially if we are discussing our energy problems and climate change, is because of the value that Web3 that is, just coming is actually bringing to us. If we are talking about the evolution of internet and everything that is powered on it, we can see that the Web3 revolution basically lets us also own the data instead of just being the ones tasked with creating it. It lets the small guy or the small business or even individual become the owner of the data that we are creating online, and then we can either safekeep it for our own privacy, or we can actually even monetize it by tokenizing it or selling it anonymously or unknowingly to someone else. There are many business models emerging from this, and the ability that we saw with cryptocurrencies, and now that we are seeing with NFTs and other Web3 companies emerging are showing us exactly that. But the major problem of the whole Web3 is that still Bitcoin and Ethereum, which are still proof of work blockchains, are dominating it. And Ethereum right now is, as Bitcoin, also one of the largest consumers of energy, in certain ways. So if we look at the statistics, we can see that Ethereum itself is also using up a lot more energy than many countries. And this is also true for Bitcoin. This is why at Celsius we also invested $300 million into a green operation for mining Bitcoin, and this is why we are also heavily investing in it in another way by working on Polygon. The reasoning behind this is that Polygon lets you have over 65,000 transactions per second compared to Ethereum's 15, and the cost of a transaction is just a fraction of what we actually have with Ethereum. So in this way, we are taking a bit of the burden from the Ethereum mainnet, and this way we are also lowering the cost of using Ethereum actually too. So the ability of Polygon to act as a much greener proof of stake chain right now, and the ability of yourself to build a product based on Polygon, which is completely compatible with Ethereum, is an extremely powerful selling point from Ethereum right now. This is why currently we have over 3,000 applications, working on the network, of Polygon, and all of that happened in the last year or so. All of these applications are Ethereum compatible. 40% of them actually also run on Ethereum at the same time. And if you decide, to build a Web3 product or to start using a Web3 product, by choosing Polygon, you actually also contribute to these global sustainability goals in a certain way, because, as I said, you are much lowering your energy footprint while looking at the situation with the blockchains and Web3 coming forward. So if you want to build something, as I said, in Web3 space, I recommend you to look at these products. Some of them we are building ourselves here at MVP Workshop. Some of them are done by other teams in the Polygon ecosystem. One of them, the Polygon Nightfall, it was done with cooperation of Ernst & Young, and they will let you have an Ethereum compatible project. It will be much easier to launch and free to configure, and also, as I mentioned, it will be much greener for you to use than many of the other available alternatives, especially if you want to be a part of the Ethereum ecosystem, which is currently the largest one in blockchains. If you ever want to chat about it, considering I'm not physically there with you, feel free to drop me an email at hello@mvpworkshop.co, and we can have a chat or schedule some sort of a private demonstration. Thank you really for having me here. It's been an honor being a part of this event.
Our thanks to Ivan from Serbia. Now we have a guest for you in person. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Zhou Yinang. He is the co-founder of Shui Tangnouji, and he is also a 2019 SDG pioneer. He's come all the way from Myanmar. Please put your hands together for him.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zhou. I'm from Myanmar, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Shui Tangnouji. Today, I'm here to explain how to achieve the SDG goal through your business model. So I'm one of the winners of the 2019 SDG Pioneer for advancing local livelihoods. So due to my commitment and my colleagues and my friends and my partners, we achieved a lot of SDG goals in the past our histories. Right now, due to my commitment, I got the SDG Pioneer in 2019, and also the country highest achievements, MYE Inclusive Business Award 2019. And also recently, I got the ASEAN Inclusive Business Award 2019 for working together with the farmer to change their life in the country. So this is the current status of the country. You can see how bad it is. our country GDP is sink to 18%. 18%. So, and also our country poverty will be very extremely within the years. So to fight this, the SDG is vital. To fight this, to fight the poverty, job creation is very important. For the, let's say, the agricultures, I'm doing agriculture business and working together with the farmer, SDG and inclusive businesses. Please show the video, thank you.
Akuမျိုးစာအရန်စေးတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့တောင်သူတွေကမျိုးစာတွေမတုံးနိုင်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါကကျတော့ကျွန်တော်ကမျိုးစာတုံးပြီဆိုတော့အကျွေးနဲ့တုံးပြီးတော့ပြည်နာပေါ်တဲ့ချိန်ကကျတော့ကျွန်တော်အကျွေးနဲ့ပြန်ဆကကျတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အမြတ်မရှိအရှုံးမရှိအိတ်ကဆိုင်မရှိတာပေါ့
ငါတို့ဆိုဒီချိန်ပဲခန့်ကြီးနော်တလားဆိုလဲလုံးလည်းမဖြစ်ပြီလေခန့်ကြီးဒီမစိတ်တဲ့အချိန်ကြတော့မိသားစုတွေတပင်းတနေတပင်းလေးပါနော်ငါဖမ်းပြီးတော့မှမိသားစုတွေဝန်ဆိုင်ရတဲ့လုံစားကိစ္စတာ
အော်ဒါရီမရှိဘူးဆိုတဲ့မျိုးပေါ့နော်နောက်ပြီးတော့ဒီတိုင်းပဲဟိုစာအပင်ရင်ကြံခဲ့တဲ့တခါတလေဆိုလဲအော်ဒါလာပြီးဆိုရဲကိုကပြန်ဆိုင်နောက်တပြန်ဆိုင်လာလဲမမီဘူးဒါလဲအခက်ခဲပေါ့နော်
ဒီဈေးနှုန်းခါကျတော့တဲလိုက်ကြားလိုက်အဲ့ခါကျတော့ကျွန်တော်အများဆိုင်ခါကျတော့ဈေးကမကောင်းဘူးဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကတောင်သူတွေရှုံးသွားပြန်ရောအများဆိုင်ပြီးဈေးကောင်းရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကံကောင်းသွားတော့ပေါ့ဈေးကောင်းရတာပေါ့
တော့အရင်ကြီးတော့မရှိတော့မလောက်ရဘူးဖြစ်နေပေါ့အရင်ရတော့ရှင်းတော့ဒီကုန်စင်းတွေလည်းဆက်ရှင်းနေပေါ့ခရမ်းတီးတော့ဖူးတီးတော့တဖားတီးတော့ပေါ့
အဆင်ပြေလာတဲ့အခါမိသားစုစောက်ဝနေရေးအဆင်ပြေကလေးတွေအတွက်လည်းကျောင်းလေးထားနေတာပေါ့နော်ပြိုပြီးတော့လည်းလှူနေတာပေါ့အဆင်မပြေတော့အခါလည်းကံပဲပေါ့နော်
မင်္ဂလာပါခင်ဗျာ Eradicating ဆိုတာမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကကြီးတဲ့တောင်သူတွေရဲ့ဘဝနဲ့တီးနှံဈေးကွက်အတွက်ကောင်းမွန်တဲ့အပြောင်းအလဲတွေယူဆောင်လာပေးမဲ့အရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်နဲ့ဆိုမှုတဲ့ကြီးတဲ့တောင်သူတွေဟာကြိုးစားကြသလိုအရန်လည်းကြိုးစားကြပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ရဲ့ကြိုးစားမှုနဲ့အများကြီးနေတဲ့ရလဒ်ကိုသာသူတို့ရရှိကြပါတယ်တကယ်တော့သူတို့ဟာအခုထက်ပိုပြီးထိုက်တန်တဲ့သူတွေပါကျွန်တော်တို့ Eradicating အနေနဲ့တောင်သူတွေတကယ်လိုအပ်နေတဲ့တည်ငြိမ်တဲ့ဈေးကွက်အထောက်ပံ့တဲ့ဤပညာတွေကိုယူဆောင်လာပေးမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်
So actually, when I got the SDG pioneers, my company name is Estonia. This business is another subsidiary businesses because the COVID-19 pandemic and also the military coup, we have to change our business strategy. We have to change our business model. Previously, I got the SDG Pioneer Award with the inclusive business system, working together with the rural farmer and to produce the agricultural and livestock product. Nowadays, I changed our business model to be a more information technology, more technically in here. So to sustain our farmers and to fight the poverty, what we need is a sustainable market. To ensure the sustainable market, we need to do a lot. So that's why, according to our commitment, you can see all the things our farmers can produce. Our target is 24 million within the 2 years to achieve this goal. This can help more than 20,000 of the farmers to sustain their life, to sustain their hopes. I will explain to you how we can achieve this target. So the first thing is the agriculture product. Our business model, previously, my company is doing agriculture product with the inclusive business model. We can fight the poverty, we can fight the hunger, we can fight for the gender equality through the farmers. But nowadays, not only this one, we invest in the blockchain agricultures. The blockchain agricultures can trace everything with all our stakeholders. And also we can define which stakeholder is participating in which SDG goal. Some of the partners are invest in the responsible financing. Some of the partners are investing in the poverty. Some of the investors are fighting for the gender equalities. The blockchain technology can help to see how we are impact to the community. This is definitely transference because of the technology. In here, the real life story. Our stories are not make-up story. Even our buyer who buy our vegetables, they can see how we produce it, how we impact to our customer, how we impact to our farmers. This is very sincerely and very honestly. So I changed my business model to be more IT and more technology to transparently to help our farmers and to achieve our SDG goal. So in here, how we can achieve it? No poverty. We can reduce the poverty in our country because of the we find the market for our farmer to be sustainable. And also gender equality. We are working together with not only the farmer, we are working together with the family. We are not a factory farm, we are working with the family farm to help our rural farmers. To do this, the gender equality we can ensure on this. Another thing is decent work and economic growth. Definitely yes, because we can ensure the market to our farmer. So that's why for the areas we targeting, we can create a decent work and economic growth. Another thing is the infrastructures. Let's say for the developing country like Myanmar, we have a very lack of infrastructures in the agriculture sector, in every sector, lack of infrastructures. To creating the sustainable market for the long term, we can invest on the infrastructures, let's say the post-harvest technology. In the Partnership for Gold, this platform is targeting for all of us, not only me, not only you, all of us who want to fight the poverty, who want to fight the gender equality. So this is a very transparent goal that everybody can participate to change something. This platform is not only targeted for the Myanmar, but also every country who would like to fight who would like to sustain our SDG goal. So thank you so much for inviting me in here. In the pictures, you can see the woman is holding the chili. So he is holding the chili. He is taking the chili. Actually, not the chili. This is her hope. This is her hope for her son, for her children, for their families. This is the hope. We are selling, we are promoting not the product. We are promoting and selling their hopes, our hopes. So thank you so much. And when I came to this event, very impressive. And then we gathered together, not just an event. This is an event who gather our information, who meet with the inspired person. We will spread out this message to all around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Zor for that inspiring and hopeful presentation. Lots to think about. Next, we will hear from Leonie Vaz, and she is from Sri Lanka. She is the Manager of Sustainability and Innovations at Haley's Fabric PLC, and she is a 2021 SDG pioneer. Please give her a very warm welcome.
So firstly, I would like to thank Expo, Dubai Chamber, and the United Nations Global Compact for giving me this great opportunity to showcase sustainable practices in Sri Lankan manufacturing industry. So in Sri Lanka, sustainability is not a new concept for us because from our ancient times till date, our people are so attached to the nature and would always give the first priority to sustain the environment. So coming from such a background, as a sustainability is in our blood, imposing and adhering to sustainable practices has become such an important concept in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is highly concerned on the adverse impact of climate change. The country on building the resilience of almost all the sectors and commits to increase 30% forest cover by 2030 and also to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And also launch some major initiatives such as banning single-use plastic, promoting circular economy, and promoting renewable energy, no capacity addition of coal power plant, and also promoting organic fertilizer. So moving to my industry, so let me now introduce Haley's Fabric and our sustainable approaches. Haley's Fabric is the largest fabric manufacturer in Sri Lanka, mainly caters fabrics for world-renowned brands such as Nike, Victoria's Secret, PVH, and many more. We know that the textile industry is one of the largest polluter in the world and also one of the largest resource consumer. So therefore, we have analyzed and we have quantified our impact to the environment and build our sustainable strategies based on that. And also we have followed global sustainable agenda, especially United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So here you can see these are the main projects which we are focusing on. Reduce carbon dioxide emission, water conservation, circular economy, biodiversity conservation, sustainable cultural development, and sustainable innovation and process improvement. So today my main focus is to talk about two projects which I have directly involved in. So case study one is addressing SDG 15, life below water. So here we have noted that there is a huge ocean pollution due to improper plastic bottles discarding process at the coastal areas. So you can see in this picture the consequences due to this improper plastic bottle discarding process. It's a huge threat to the life below water. So to reduce this impact, we thought to come up with a solution with collaborating with a plastic bottle recycler. So here the project is PET bottles converting into polyester fabric. And you can see in this picture, so this is how the PET recycled materials is made. Firstly, plastic PET bottles are picked up at community recycling centers, then sorted by type and color. Then they are stripped of their labels and caps, washed and crushed, then chopped into flake. And the flake is melted and extruded to create fiber. The fiber is crimped, cut, drawn, and stretched into bale. Finally, the bale fiber can be processed into fabric for a variety of textile products. So we know that mainly for sportswear, we use polyester fabric. So in the conventional process, conventional polyester fabric manufacturing process, there is a huge impact to the environment. So what we did was we have promoted this PET bottle recycled fabric to our brands, which are very keen on sustainability. So as I mentioned earlier, we are working with world-renowned brands. So we could able to commercialize this product very easily because of that. So during last year, 2020 and 2021, we have manufactured fabric made out of 10 million plastic bottles. So if we didn't use this, imagine 10 million of plastic bottles, this will end up in the ocean. So not only that, to promote and evaluate this project, we have introduced a mobile app mainly for the traceability. We include a special tag, a special QR code for the garment which manufactured from these recycled materials. The end consumer can scan the QR code and check the traceability. As you can see in this picture, the end consumer can scan this QR code, and he can get the details, the number of PET bottles consumed to manufacture the given garment, and also the bottle collected areas in Sri Lanka, and all the other informations. So if the consumer is really concerned on the sustainability, they can upgrade their profile, their contribution by buying more from this material, and the brands are always promoting to buy more on this fabric. So moving on to this second case study, which is addressing the global water pollution. And here also we know that the textile industry is the second largest water polluter in the world. It creates 20% of the global wastewater. So to reduce and to minimize this global wastewater issue, we have introduced, this pollution is basically because of the synthetic dyes. So to reduce this, we have introduced natural dyes, that is from biodegradable materials. The specialty is the materials are a waste from another industry, which will end up in landfilling. So we'll watch the video to have a brief idea of the project.
Haley's Fabric is a pioneer in ethical and sustainable fabric manufacturing with an unerring passion on greater ecological integrity and social justice. Soba, the ultimate sustainable fabric solution, is a circular manufacturing model introduced with the aim to enhance sustainable manufacturing in the textile sector. This is our journey in exploring colors of the nature. Varna by mahogany, a natural dye turned into an antique color range extracted from waste wooden pieces of mahogany timber collected from furniture industry. Natural dye is extracted from mahogany waste through an in-house process using solvent extractions. Following the extraction, the natural dye is separated from the rest of the mixture through a filtration process to produce the stock solution for the dyeing process. The remaining residue are directed to a fertilizer manufacturing plant, ensuring the repurposing and recycling attribute of the project. Various lab trials paved the path for a successful final solution in creating one of the unique recipes of the Haley's fabrics. The solution requires a short time process under lowest temperatures while maintaining the optimum pH levels in producing a sustainable extract. We have modified the process to broaden the manufacturing method and obtain a full spectrum of colors. As per the life cycle assessment conducted to verify the environmental impact with the National Cleaner Production Center, 36% positive impact was shown in natural dyes compared to synthetic dyes. We have also managed to obtain the Zero Discharge of Hazardous Chemicals MRSL version 2 certification to comply and verify the mahogany dyes. We are proud to work with globally acclaimed brands who enjoy innovative products. We have also sought for the patent for the innovative extract of the mahogany dye with the National Intellectual Property Office of Sri Lanka. We strive with the utmost commitment towards the global sustainable development agenda while ensuring a transformational in the industry. Soba is a pioneer in shaping the textile industry landscape with sustainable, eco-friendly alternatives, committing to minimize its carbon footprint for a sustainable tomorrow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my kind request for everyone is that as the world evolves with new technology, we must ensure that we move forward with new technology along with sustainable innovation practices, because sustainable innovation should be a part of our day-to-day lives as the world is now moving towards global sustainable practices. This also helps us to preserve our nature for our future generation. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Leonie for another fantastic presentation. Time now for our final trailblazer. And her name is Hiba Khan. She's a civil engineer music to my ears. She's getting a special announcement. She is a civil engineer and the lead of the Young SDG Innovators Programme for Mott MacDonald in the United Kingdom. She's flown in from London. Please give her a very warm welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. So yes, I'm Hiba Khan, I'm a civil engineer, and I work at Mott MacDonald, and we're an international development, engineering, and management consultancy. We've got about 16,000 staff worldwide, including an office here in Dubai. And we're a private company, so we're trying to implement the SDGs. We've got it in a part of our strategy, as I think a lot of your companies will. But we're trying to use the SDGs, which are really developed for governments, to influence our policy and to really make them something that works for us. So I'm going to talk to you today about some of the processes that we've gone through to use the UN Sustainable Development Goals as a language to drive progress, but then that tangibility, something that is genuinely a tool that we can use to make decisions and to change the decision-making process. So I don't need to convince anyone here, I think, about the UN Sustainable Development Goals and how important they are. They are an absolutely phenomenal asset in making sure that we hold ourselves and our leaders to account. Absolutely, they're really useful in that, and they're a great language for that. But as much as they have a huge amount of positives, they're also pretty difficult to use. There's 169 targets. They're all overlapping. There's 17 goals. They're all interlinked. Progress in one goal can lead to deterioration of progress in another goal. So how can we use this tool to report against progress and to drive change? And so that's the problem statement, really. So to make these SDGs tangible, something we can really use on our day-to-day decision-making. To inspire systems thinking, making sure that the decisions we're making don't have these unintended consequences, looking at the whole picture, to prove that they speak to our purpose. So our purpose at Mott MacDonald is really about opening opportunities and delivering positive social outcomes. And opening these opportunities at a stage in the project where they can still be valuable. And again, the thing about the SDGs for us as a company that delivers projects on behalf of our clients is it's so easy to focus on one sector. I work in irrigation, I work in flood defenses. I could focus only on SDG 6, but where would be the value of that whole big picture? The complexity of the SDGs mirrors the complexity of the society and world we live in, and we need to embrace that. Okay, so it all started with a manual process, very much analog. What I did is I got my team in international development. We have about 250 projects, and I sat down with the project managers and manually tagged all of the SDGs and the targets underneath the SDGs, just in a binary way. I said, okay, are you contributing or are you not contributing to this SDG and target? And that was already really useful because all of a sudden, although we work in really different sectors across health, education, and water, we could look at Bangladesh, for example, and see that we had a project on education and we had a project in water supply. And the two are both working towards SDG 4 on quality education. So that's also already really valuable. We can see opportunities for collaboration, and we can see ways of sharing the lessons learned between two seemingly very, very different projects. And the next thing, when we start to look at this concept of big data, was really, really interesting. So here you can see we started to look at the interlinkages between the Sustainable Development Goal targets. So what we did, and you can see here, we've selected SDG 4.4, increasing the employment of youth and adults. And when you click on that, you can see which other projects and which other targets it tended to be linked to. So you can start to see that SDG 4.4 is often linked to SDG 4.5, eliminating gender disparities in education, or SDG 8.6, reducing the proportion of youth not in employment or education. And what that means, which was really interesting, is that the next project that comes with SDG 4.4 included We'll have to look at all of these SDGs that it's not meeting and understand if it could be meeting them with real-life project examples, and if it's not meeting them, why not? And that's a really powerful tool also to take back to our clients, to say these are the simple steps you would need to meet these SDGs. We've done it on 15 similar projects. Let's do it now. So that's where it started. The next step was thanks to the United Nations Global Compact Young SDG Innovator Program, which I was lucky to be a part of. We kind of supercharged that. We started to look at artificial intelligence as a way of driving even more change and increasing that ability to make connections. So this is the artificial intelligence tool. We're working on it at the moment. And the idea is that if you drag and drop a document, a project document here in the left, it uses a sophisticated language processing tool to automatically and instantaneously show you which of the SDGs and which of the targets are already included within that project. But then the real benefit is that here, if you look at the opportunities, it can also then tell you which of the Sustainable Development Goal targets could easily be included, and how, and which ones of those align already with the client priorities and the regional priorities. So it shows you those open doors that are already there waiting for you, these opportunities that are really, really easy to grasp, but very easy also to miss. And if we're going to solve the climate and ecological crises, we can't be missing these opportunities. Every missed opportunity is a tragedy. Sorry. Let me go back. Oh, I've lost a slide. Okay, I'll just talk you through it. So just to talk you through this in a bit more detail. So the way that this works is, imagine that we've got client X and they're working in the UAE. So this software can instantaneously digest hundreds and hundreds of pages of strategy documents. And you can see already by looking at client X and the regional priorities of the UAE, the national action plans, that there's a synergy there, for example, on gender equality. So you can start to have conversations with the client about what they want to do about gender equality and how that aligns with the very specific needs of the UAE. The next step, though, the really interesting part, is when that client proposes a £100 million infrastructure project, we can see what SDGs are already included within that. And if it doesn't include gender equality, as it often doesn't, we can start to show them that this aligns with their 800-page strategy document and 700 pages of the national action plans. And this is how it's been included on similar projects with similar SDGs across the world, and this is why we should be doing it. It's such a powerful tool to drive change in that way. So then to summarize, what's the benefit of this? So we talked about the enhanced sustainability opportunities. So these are the open doors, the ones that we just would have missed, that are so easily, so very keenly identified in our projects. The next one is furthering systems thinking. So we need this systems-wide approach. We can't be taking steps back in one sustainable development goal and making progress in another. So making sure that we take that bigger picture, although we're working in one sector, but understanding how that sector impacts the bigger picture. And finally, to put that environmental, social, and economic sustainability at the heart of our projects. And I'd go further to say at the start of our projects, when we don't have the information and we don't have the time, we can already see what are the great examples, what can we do? And that allows us to actually drive change. So many of our projects, at the end of the project, yes, you can see what you could have done differently. But this is a completely different process, going to the client at the start of the project. Everything's open and changing it for the better. Thank you very much.
Fantastic note to end on. Thank you to all of our trailblazers. Every missed opportunity is indeed a tragedy, as Hiba said. Thank you to Hiba. I'm sure you want to network with these amazing innovators and entrepreneurs, and now you have your opportunity. It's time for a quick coffee break in the adjoining room, and please rejoin me no later than 10 minutes' time, where we'll be discussing SMEs and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 5 minutes. Our program will start shortly. Please make your way to the plenary. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 1 minute.
Hello there, I do have a guest. I've lost my guest on the way while I'm here, and I do spot her here, so let me get her up here on stage and then we will get down to business. Rikke Terkelsen is with us here. Rikke, thank you so much for joining us. She is with UN 17 Business Center in Denmark. So it's only us two in person, and we've got a great two people joining us. So very, very quickly, welcome back. I'm delighted to see you. We've heard so much in the last couple of sessions, and we're going to really, I think, continue that theme. And one of the very, very important areas, of course, is how it's impacting business. I loved our last colleague when they were talking about, be careful if we're really putting effort into one of the SDGs and doing great things while actually taking away from the other. So we have a lot to discuss. And so please, thank you again for being with us here. And my wonderful panel, I have two great contributors that are coming in, and I'm sure they'll show up any minute when I mention them. I bet that's what's going to happen. Mirel Shrabaya is with us as well. Mirel is from, she's the co-founder of S-Miles Center. There you are. How wonderful. The technology is working great. So it's lovely to see you. And also, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Professor Jerry Brooks. Professor Brooks, of course, a professor at the University of the West Indies, former chairman of the National Gas Company. He has a great accolades in all sorts of business, runs a consultancy company. Jerry, you're the busiest man I know out there. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good. And the sound is working too, which is really, really important. Now, I mean, of course, I don't have to tell you the importance of small and medium business. But when we look at statistics that are out there, and we look at the figures, and we look at people who really examine the impact of small business, the World Bank has actually figures that, you know, small and medium enterprises represent 90% of all business. So it's very, very important, because I think sometimes we look at the SDGs, we look at what we're doing in sustainability, and we all look to big companies. And, you know, it's interesting that we sort of expect that they're the ones that will do everything. And, of course, their suppliers are very often smaller businesses. And we really have to examine, too, the challenges when you are a small and medium business in terms of how do you make sure that you're actually adhering to and contributing and making sure that you're playing your part as a small, medium business. So we've lots to get through here. Ricky, talk to me a little bit about your focus, you know, UN 17, really assisting small and medium businesses and also helping them to integrate the 17 SDGs. It's not easy always, and I can imagine you come across perhaps stumbling blocks and a little bit of opposition sometimes, as in we can't possibly do that. So how do you actually bring businesses into the fore?
Well, usually the SMEs only move if they really have to. They need a burning platform. So usually there can be three kind of burning platforms. There can be new legislation that they have to live up to. There can be new demands from clients, which, like you just pointed out, typically are the big global corporate companies. Or there can simply be a driver for change. I find that once we get them motivated to actually do the change, then they're agile and quickly to do it. But it may take some time, and this is an agenda for governments and big corporate companies, so it can be difficult for the SMEs to grasp it. But the global goals are amazing actually as a framework, because everybody can find something to relate to. Some of the examples we saw before are great examples of how, when you dive down into the details or the targets, specific targets, every company can find something. Once they are sub-supplier to a larger company that makes these demands, or public procurement starts to kick in and sets the demand for them to do this work, then they will actually move and do the change.
But I love the way you're related to the burning platform. Yes, we'll run, we'll take action when we're on the burning platform. Jerry Brooks, talk to me about, you know, I mean, I look back on your career, you know, you've been at Trinidad and Tobago, you've actually helped build one of the big conglomerates, Ansa McCall. You know, you've worked so much around the Caribbean. Where do you see the key factors, you know, for SMEs when it comes to, they all started small, they have the potential to become big, but nowadays they have to make sure that they make the investment in adhering to the SDGs along the way. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome, and also welcome to my colleagues as well. From a Caribbean perspective and from a developing country perspective, we have small open economies. We have been adversely affected by the pandemic, so that we are running deficit budgets, and we've also seen spotted GDP growth. It's critical to the recovery of Caribbean countries and critical to the recovery of Trinidad and Tobago, especially at the time when we're running deficit budgets, is the performance of SMEs. The tilting of SMEs and the creation of an ecosystem, an INE ecosystem, and the support of SMEs, because they represent 25,000 entities and they're responsible for more than 40% of jobs. So it's absolutely important that the SME sector pivot. It's very important that the SME sector grow. And to do that, we need a mix of government action, that is government creating a vibrant ecosystem, access to finance, a futurist philosophy, helping them with strategic planning, and also helping them with innovation. because those are really important keys to allow our economies, which frequently are based on financial services or energy. And even in those sectors where there's energy, there has got to be a pivoting by SMEs. So SMEs play an absolutely crucial role. And if you take a look at the German Mittelstand, you see where it's responsible for over 70% of exports, 80% of jobs. And in the Caribbean, we have to create that kind of energy.
I like that, you need that government action, the finance, future attitude and all that. And sometimes we'll talk more about this, and even Ricky said it a little earlier. SMEs sometimes think, they have a lot to do to just get on with business and maybe don't have the time. But we'll come back to that question. Now, we've heard from Denmark, we've heard from the Caribbean, and now we're going to stay closer to home to Lebanon. And just, Muriel, if I can particularly look at the state of Lebanon, perhaps at the moment we look at the pressures that business face, is there a genuine interest in terms of making sure that the SDGs are front and center? Or is it not, in your country at the moment, perhaps just survival for many, many businesses? I mean, are there things that happen that can actually, derail the great intentions out there?
Well, the economy instability, first of all, I would like to say hi to all of you and thank you. I'm very happy to be with you today. To start with, knowing that the economy instability in Lebanon has widely and negatively affected the enthusiasm of people, really, and to be interested in the SDGs. Yes, it is about survival. All the support received by the countries from abroad to NGOs or specific organizations are mostly used for survival goals. However, within my experience, I do see some genuine interest in SDGs where Lebanese people are putting a personal effort to implement some goals. We Lebanese people have reached a level where we should take the lead. We should take the initiative in order to support our country. We cannot wait anymore for the government. At times it's helping, at times it's not. However, knowing that SMEs are less likely also to be able to obtain bank loans than large firms, so this might be also an issue. They rely mostly on internal funds, on friends, on families, which will affect sustainability.
And again, it's all about sustainability. Rika, it's also about, I think, it's about trust, and also it's about, connectivity with the government, with the private sector, the public sector. And actually, when we're just talking about trust, the trust barometer has just been launched today. So later this evening, don't be looking now, but the Edelman Trust Barometer has just been launched. And one of the areas that they found was that people have trust in governments, and then the main reason that they will drive sustainability, which was a very, very interesting finding. They didn't trust government for a lot of other things, but actually I think it's in this day and age, it was a wonderful thing to actually see. But is there enough happening in terms of the government? Is it helping SMEs, or is there a lot more that it could do?
In Denmark, we actually see a request from the companies for the CO2 tax. The emissions tax, because a lot of the companies are trying to really move on this agenda, and they want to be rewarded for their efforts, and they want to plan ahead. So if they know there's going to be a tax in 3, 4, 5 years, or a phase-in, they can actually plan and make the investments, and then the legislation will drive the change for these initiatives. And my own initiative is also, Viborg municipality is only 40,000 people living in the city, but they went together with some private funds, private companies who already are on the journey, to make this center to help the companies, local companies who don't know how to start or what to do. They can come to us, and actually we will go hands-on and help them grasp the SDGs, very concrete, with tools and education and knowledge. So I think it's a really good example of how, when you join forces, you can actually help the change happen.
And I think, again, an organization like yours that, people, the business know is there, and you work together and you're familiar. I think that's, again, so very, very important. Professor Brooks, if I may come to you, and again, looking at, the role of the government. I mean, it's not necessarily their job to, enable the environment in one way. It really is up to the private sector to sometimes maybe push the government along if it wants them to do something. It's not about waiting for government handouts, so to speak. But could the government be working closer with the SME community and actually, from your experience, and again, your experience and legal background as well as corporate background too, where do you think that the sweet spot is, so to speak?
Thank you very much for that question. There are several sweet spots. I think there's an obligation at the SME level first, and certainly SMEs at this stage have to pivot in terms of their strategic plan and look for opportunities. They have to grasp technology as we move into economy 4.0 and into web 3.0. They have to build resilience by taking a look at their balance sheets and by taking a look at financial discipline to ensure that as other black swan events come along, they are positioned to be able to move forward. And they have to marry that also to internationalization goals, as well as diversify their customer base and find ways to internationalize their business. But beyond the SME level, they also, and we also have to forge links as developing countries, as emerging regional countries with small populations, 5 million in totality, with academia, so that we are able to modify and we're able to tweak the ecosystem. And through academia, we have access to patents, we have access to projects, and we have the whole academic stream supporting entrepreneurship. So that academic stream is very important, and partnering with the private sector is also important, because many firms want to expand. They want to have access to ideas. The capital markets want to expand. And so taking SMEs and taking them to the next stage of development, i.e. moving from small SMEs to medium-sized SMEs, to large SMEs, and then into stock exchanges and developing capital markets is also an important movement. So there are a number of partnerships that have to be developed, and you're absolutely right, you can't depend on government.
Mirel, and forgive me, you were something, well, the sun has come up or something, but we can, maybe if you just move a little bit more, we can see you better. But very quickly here, when we look at the fallout from the pandemic, I really believe that a lot of SMEs probably felt it, worse than many other companies. How can SMEs actually build a sense of resilience into how they work and how they operate for the future?
Well, of course, they have, first of all, to plan. There's an important part where we need to think about planning and to set a risk management strategy plan for the continuation of the project. So I would say that the implementation of a holistic approach, start the diagnostics for the financial assessment, implementation, developing to enable an environment, a better one. Now technology also is a very good part, the e-platforms and different e-texts, the policies, and of course the advocacy to support any particular cause or a policy.
And again, maybe I'll bring that question to you too. It is tough to plan ahead, because I think many SMEs too, and again, SMEs, when we look at it, perhaps we need to maybe define what is an SME. We have, the small and medium, and so we vary so much. But a lot of perhaps smaller companies don't really have the resources, or will say they don't, but maybe they have help from somebody like you. What can companies do to make sure that they're almost pandemic-proof?
Of course, they need to make the decision to do it and the commitment to do it. And they need to also realize that it takes investment in time, and maybe smaller investments in equipment, maybe larger investments in equipment. The Danish government has used the pandemic to create funding that the SMEs can actually apply for, but it must be for sustainable development. So they're using the Build Back Better actually to ensure that the funding that they canalize towards the companies is actually used for sustainable development as well. So I think that the companies need to realize that they're part of an ecosystem, and nobody can be sustainable alone, and everybody needs to pitch in, and even the small change and a small start amounts to something. The ocean is made of drops, so eventually we'll get there. We're of course fighting, like everybody is saying today, to speed up the process. But I find that the SMEs, once they actually do it, they can find the fast moving as well.
Jerry, when we look at the banking sector, do you think there are enough SMEs in the banking and finance sector to really deliver growth and help deliver the SMEs? And I know, in your role with the Unit Trust Corporation, there's a program, an entrepreneurship program called Scale Up. So again, how can the finance world, work closer with SMEs?
Which today is a $4 billion organization, in fact was a startup in the 1980s. And it's a tremendous testimony to the management and to the board that it has now become such a large regional entity. Scale Up really was a recognition that if we can do it, we can assist others in doing it. And so we devised an 8-week program which focuses on capacity building, which focuses on training, which focuses on marketing support. And there is a role for companies in the financial services sector and for larger manufacturers to support smaller entities by partnering, by product development, by joint venturing, etc. And in Scale Up, we were able to assist companies in terms of market penetration, exporting their products to 5 territories across the region, growing their export sales by 80%, and the utilization of new distribution and online methods. So that's Scale Up, and we're hoping to replicate that partnership with the university, where we work with medium-sized organizations which have innovations close to the market. In the case of SMEs and the banking sector, in Trinidad and Tobago and in the Caribbean, it's a highly regulated sector. And I think that there are 2 parts to that question. The first part of that question is, I think we have enough banking entities. I think the challenge with banking entities is their attitude to risk and their credit facilities and their disbursement of capital. For example, we have credit unions who are players and important players in developing territories, but they can't lend to SMEs. And therefore, it's important that the regulations and the legislation change to accommodate that. And therefore, regulatory shifts, policy shifts have to occur far more quickly. Also, too, there's a role for fintechs, and we're trying to develop more fintechs. And that's the combination of digitization and how we grow more PayPals, but PayPals at a local and at a regional level. And then, of course, changing the marketplace to accommodate things like equity funding, venture capital, venture funding. Those are important things. So for me, it's not so much a question of do we have enough? It's a question of a role, function, access to capital, access, approach to risk, etc. So those are important shifts that I think have to go, both in terms of attitude, policy, and faster regulation, and having the courage to be able to do it from a developing country standpoint.
Mireille, I know the concept of gender equality is very close to your heart, and when it comes to access to finance, I mean, is there enough finance available for women, or are we seeing that divide that I think was very, very clear many years ago has that lesson, so to speak? And again, we look around the region and we look at, I think, the great changes in terms of the role of women here. How is that actually helping business? And particularly where they can get involved, probably, with small and grow to become SMEs and hopefully even bigger.
Yes. Now with all SMEs, especially our Lebanese Social Enterprise Association and some other organizations, we are really trying very, very hard to work on gender equality and mainly on women empowerment. We really need to have, because it's part of also the 17 SDGs, that we want to reach this goal. So we are working very hard with different organizations, national and international, to empower women-owned SMEs and women empowerment in general. So we are facing some issues at times from different aspects. First of all, we need to have some awareness. We need to reach women. We need to change some mentality, especially maybe in Arab world at times. So we are trying to train some people to train the women and to understand that they really have a place in the community. They have their personality, and they really can change in different ways. They can change the community around them. So just if I want to talk about an example of maternity, for example, this is part that we really need to work on with companies, with SMEs, to be flexible with schedules. And from there on, when the woman understands her character, her personality, she would understand that she has a lot of responsibilities towards her community, towards her family, towards her country, to be able later on to empower other women. And this is maybe where I have started my small SME. Being a woman, it wasn't that easy, you know? So it was just a very nice experience, and it was a challenge from different aspects. But at the end, I would say that we need to believe in ourselves. We need, of course, we need support. We need a leadership team to support us. We need guidance from professional people. And this is what I'm working also with other organizations to empower those women, even women who are at risk from different aspects, women who are vulnerable women. We are trying to give them some projects to work on. So we do have a lot of ideas to work for the women in the workforce.
Ricky, when we look at women in the workforce and the potential that is there in small and medium business, but also let's look at SMEs in Denmark. It's almost, according to OECD report 2020, it's almost 99%. I mean, this is quite incredible in that. But one of the other observations of that report was the fact that there are still issues in access to capital and access to venture capital. What can be done to actually make sure that there is more access? And also, I mean, have we in Europe just now we talk about access for women owners, or is that not a problem? Has that gone away?
Well, one concrete local example is a new venture called Nordic Female Founders in our city, who actually have the sole purpose of helping female entrepreneurs access capital and develop their business and scale up. So they do training, and they make a community around this. Another example is a new think tank called Equality, where they try to, this is focused on diversity and women in management, because you need to lift the equality in all areas. The venture capital is there, and I think it's becoming very clear that it will be linked more and more to sustainability and the SDGs. Some examples are banks who will actually give you a lower interest rate on a loan for an electric car than for a fossil-driven car. So it's coming, and it's been driven from the EU taxonomy as well, who's pushing these capital demands into the right direction for venturing.
And also, I mean, when we look at sort of the index, so to speak, I mean, Denmark is right up there, I think, it's number 1 or number 2 in terms of SDGs, so it's in that sense.
But there's still so much to do, and like you said, we have so many SMEs, and they struggle to really get a grasp of how they can use them. But for them, it's a magnificent communication platform. It's all there. They don't have to invent anything, but they just need a helping hand to get started with it. And for the Danish companies, it's not a matter of if they have to work with the SDGs, it's about when and how.
And indeed, I mean, Jerry, when we look at Trinidad and Tobago, while Denmark is up there at number 1, I was looking at your numbers, and you're hanging around number 63 or something there. So you've got a little bit of work to do. And again, the SMEs, because there are so many and the potential is there, really, where are the challenges and what can you do to accelerate this now? Because this is what has to happen there.
We do have to accelerate it, and I think we have to take a structural approach to it, i.e. say, how do we fix the ecosystem, and how do we create the right linkages in the ecosystem? How do we have the courage to change policy and regulations, many of which were inherited in the 1960s and which have not been changed, to allow SMEs to progress? Things like permitting, things like approvals. how do we improve the ease of doing business so that when I get into business as an SME and I want to incorporate or I want to have a permit to export, and how do I improve my transportation systems? So those are key enablers of SMEs. The other important thing that I think with SMEs is that we have many SMEs in existence today. So access to capital is important, strategic planning is important, support in terms of expansion is important, but also robust governance, because I see many SMEs which, while they're doing well in the case of G1 and their family businesses, when they get to G2, they're struggling because they haven't put in the financial arrangements in place to either divest their shares or to go onto the stock exchange. So governance is an important conversation in SMEs and the next staging of SMEs as they move from stage 1 to stage 2. Joint venturing is also important as well. And again, it comes back to the quality of governance. So often SMEs are concerned with the question of survival and profit and supply chains today. But you have to prepare yourself as you go through various stages in the SME. Because if you take a look at Germany, many German SMEs are significantly larger than those in Trinidad. You're talking about 500 people, 800 people. In Trinidad and the Caribbean, and SMEs 100 people. So how we migrate them through the chain is very important.
Indeed, and we can't put the concept of SMEs, it's not the same definition around the world, and I think we have to look at different regions, and we also have to look at the backgrounds. And sadly, we have to begin to wrap up here. Mirel, if there's, you know, a word that you can get out there to other SMEs and to other social enterprises and to the banks and to people that need to be part of this conversation and need to be part of the action, probably more importantly, what do you think needs to be done, and what can be done in the short term to make sure we're all heading in the right direction?
Okay, first of all, I would like to encourage every person now listening to us, or one day you would know more about SMEs and how we related me as a UN Global Compact pioneer. This has affected me as an experience, how to lead the SDGs and the 10 principles. So I would tell them, first of all, whether they think they can do it or whether they think they cannot do it, it's both ways they are right, because we need to take the challenge. You have opportunities. I would say that opportunities are just like a train. There's always another one coming. They need to believe in themselves. As for the leaders, I can tell them that all the statistics are showing the high impact and innovation of SMEs towards the SDGs. They can play a role in the world's economy and achieving the SDGs. We are waiting for you. And since I am, my field is in special education, and I work with kids and students who have learning difficulties and special needs, emotional challenges, I just also would like to say something for the moms, dads, and teachers. I would tell them, make room for talents for your kids. Yes. You never know when will they reach their potential.
Indeed, I'd love to have had more time to talk about education, because I think it's something that's very important. But, you know, we have burning platforms, we have fast-moving trains. Jerry, very, very quickly, wrap it up for us in terms of what can be done. You made some big calls for action there, but in the short term, particularly for your region, there's not much you could do in other regions, but you can impact, and you are impacting big time in Trinidad and Tobago. But what do you want done very quickly that could shift things?
Well, the first thing at the SME level is that, one, we have to be opportunistic. We have to be bold, and we have to have the courage. And at the SME level, you have to ensure that your SME has the right strategic plan to be able to pivot in a pandemic environment, recognizing that these conditions are going to continue. Two, at your SME level, you have to make sure that from a financial standpoint, you have the resources, you have the reserves to be able to deploy CapEx, and to also be able to grow and to position yourself to partner and to also expand internationally. You cannot be a single island or single region SME. And from a government perspective and from a university perspective, the partnerships at the ecosystem level, the regulatory changes and the shifts, and getting on the sustainability train earlier rather than later is going to be absolutely important, because big entities are going to be incorporating that in their tender process, in their vendor listing. And therefore it's important, if we are to survive as a people, if we are to survive as a universe, it's important that we adopt many of these sustainability practices.
And wise words there, and a lot, of course, that every region, I think, can learn from every other region. Nobody has to reinvent the wheel in this journey, so to speak. So it is about sharing that knowledge. Rika, I'll leave you the closing word, and even though there's a lot going on in Denmark, and probably, you know, your organization, we could do it maybe seeing clones, digital twins of that around the place. But for now, you have that focus. Again, there's still lots to be done, but where do you see the low-hanging fruit, so to speak?
Knowledge sharing, I totally agree. It's very important, and we spend a lot of time building bridges and enforcing partnerships. And I think especially the SMEs need to see the value in partnering up with other companies and sharing their knowledge and being transparent. There are so many new innovations and new ways to go, and when they put their efforts together, the business case is clear, and I think this could be a really big motivation for driving new solutions and driving the sustainability agenda forward. And we need to team up and partner all over the world and share all our great ideas, and then we can do it, I'm sure.
Yes, and it is about like moving that faster, and I think it's about, you know, one country learning from the other, because you know, it's there's so much going on out there, and so many people can actually share those great experiences. We have to leave that here at the moment, so I want to thank you, Miriel, thank you so much, Professor Jerry, thanks for being with us, Enrique, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And to our dear audience, thank you so much. Sorry we don't have time to do a bit more engagement, but and as you were talking about innovation and everything, and it's the perfect segue for our next panel, because when we come back, we have a wonderful panel looking at the digital transformation and really looking at what's happening around the world in terms of business, but more in terms of you know, making sure the digital divide is no longer there, but also the great things that are happening in terms of digitalization. So Rebecca will be back with that very, very shortly. And in the meantime, I'm going to leave you with a quick video and enjoy the rest of the evening. We're not done yet. We still have lots for you. Thank you again.
The new normal, where we found fresh perspectives on life, where we faced unprecedented truths and discovered unimagined opportunities. A world where technology brings us closer, so we can learn from one another to co-create a better future. Where innovation isn't just centered on the new, it is designed to enrich what already exists. Where robotics and artificial intelligence accelerate the pace of upskilling, and genetics and biotech re-engineer life and its expectancy. Where our yesterdays build experience, and our todays generate resilience. Where we are all stronger together. And as we take a step forward, it's time to say, join us, make your mark. Welcome to the pioneers, the path definers, and the game changers amongst us. Welcome to a new way of thinking. Welcome to Dubai.
To Dubai. Nice to see you all again. And thank you to Esna and her esteemed panel for a fantastic discussion there. As she rightly said, we have a power-packed panel coming up, and the subject is, of course, the digital transformation and how this can really help accelerate the SDGs. We have 2 in-person guests, 2 VIPs, and 1 virtual guest. So without further ado, I would like you to help me in welcoming to the stage from the audience, Minister Maria Lemetz. She is the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Estonia. Please welcome Her Excellency. You're very welcome, Your Excellency. You can remove your mask if you like. Thank you. And also, I'm delighted to welcome back to the stage Maher Nasser. He is, of course, the Commissioner General at the United Nations at Expo 2020 Dubai. And joining us virtually, please give a warm welcome to Miriam Ferran. She is the Deputy Director General for the European Commission Directorate for International Partnerships. Hello, Miriam. Can you hear us loud and clear?
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. It's lovely to have you join us. Thank you all for being here. We have a very dynamic discussion ahead of us. And Maher, if I may, I'd like to come to you first. Why is digital transformation important to our forum today, to Sustainability Week? Why is it important to have development cooperation in this regard?
Well, thank you for that a very important question on a topic that is at the top of the agenda of the United Nations. The UN works for a world in which everyone thrives in peace, dignity, equality on a healthy planet. Now, to achieve that objective, today, you look at the world, technology and digital technologies are everywhere. To help improve economies, help improve education, you need those technologies. And yet we see a digital divide. A divide whereby access to the internet, access to technology is not equal around the world. And one of the key imperatives in achieving that equality is to ensure proper access. And we have, within the UN, and of course member states themselves, in 2005 there was the World Summit on Information Society, and since then every year there's the Internet Governance Forum that tries to identify ways in how to bring those technologies and use technology for the good. UNICEF and the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, launched a campaign, an initiative a couple of years ago called GIGA. GIGA aims to provide access to the internet to every school in the world so that every school has the same access to technology and information. And when we talk about where we are today, COVID-19 has impacted economies, impacted education, impacted health, of course. And in developed countries, we see that it was easy to go back to virtual work and virtual education. There are 40% of the world who do not have access to that internet. So when you talk about, well, they can learn remotely, well, they can't learn remotely because they don't have access to electricity. In many communities, they don't have access to electricity, let alone technology. The UNDP has been working on a project to promote e-governance, so working to also enable the introduction of technologies in developing countries where e-governance can really enhance access to services and improve on people's ability to grow and reach that prosperity that we talk about. One of the targets in the SDGs was actually achieved in 2018. Out of SDG 9 target, I don't remember the exact one. I know I can run along the 17 SDGs, but not the 169 targets, which is the creation of the United Nations Digital Bank, Technology Bank for least developed countries. It came into existence in 2018, and it is aiming to help bridge that gap for 46 least developed countries by collaborating and by building on the support of countries and businesses that are there. GIGA, UNICEF's project, is being supported by a number of governments, but it's an immense task, so they are actually also calling on businesses, technology companies, the private sector, information, and others to support, to ensure that we achieve that.
Digital steps very much in the right direction, as you say. I'm going to come to Europe next. Miriam, from what you've just been hearing, with regards to overcoming obstacles in terms of reaching digitalization, collaboration and partnership, as we continue to hear, is so important. It's pivotal to this conversation relating to SDG goals. So what can the UN and the EU do to team up?
Well, thank you first for the invitation to attend this panel. I do believe indeed that there are many challenges to overcome, and one key issue there is synergies and working together. And this applies at the multilateral level with working together with the UN, and I think there we do have an excellent cooperation, the European Union on the one side and the UN institutions and agencies on the other, but also improving the firepower we have together on the multilateral scene to improve the impact of our interventions. So to do this is one of the reasons why at the level of the European Union, we have put, and this is recent in our new programming process, the new volume of financial assistance that will be dedicated to partnership with third countries will include digitalization as one of the first priorities. And this is why, to maximize the impact we have, we found it fundamental to work not only in isolation from the perspective of EU institutions, but together with all our member states, the 27 member states, together with the UN bodies to be able to maximize the impact. Then, of course, the definition of the actions we will be developing will be aimed at targeting the main barriers. And remoteness in certain areas was mentioned. The regulatory framework is another barrier where we work hand in hand in partnership with the countries to develop standards that allow reaching out and development of cooperation in the field of digitalization. So we have a full panoply of actions working together to improve digital governance, working to improve digital literacy, access to energy was mentioned, skills and entrepreneurship. So as our previous speaker said, there are a lot of SDGs which are interlinked with the issue of digitalization, and digitalization can de facto help and is necessary for the world to meet the SDGs. And in this respect, we do consider that synergy, working all players together and encompassing all the aspects are the best tool to overcome the barrier. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Miriam pointing to the UN on one side and the EU on the other. And of course, we have Estonia in the middle. Your Excellency, it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining our panel today. I do want to ask you an important question. But before I do, we're going to play a quick video. So enjoy.
Digital technologies are creating unlimited opportunities for sustainable and inclusive development in Africa. Jobs, education, healthcare, just to name a few. But ensuring that every person reaps their benefits requires building solid foundations. This is why the African Union European Union Digital for Development Hub supports African institutions in their path to digital transformation. The project offers technical expertise to countries and regional organizations to develop and operationalize digital transformation plans. Likewise, it coordinates exchanges and knowledge sharing between African and European stakeholders, because learning from each other's good practices contributes to better policymaking. Participation is also key to this process. Through the facilitation of dialogues, the AU-EU D4D Hub supports a meaningful contribution of civil society, private sector, and academia to shaping a digital future. Does this sound interesting? The AU-EU D4D Hub is your entry point to digital cooperation with Europe. Get in touch to collaborate.
Get in touch to collaborate. Does this sound interesting, as the video asked? Yes, it certainly does. Your Excellency, can you provide us with some details about it in terms of how the EU and its member states are coming together or cooperating with regards to digital transformation to help Africa?
Thank you. And first, of course, I also would like to thank organizers for the opportunity to elaborate on this very important topic. And our main goal, of course, in Europe is as well to to contribute to digital transformation, which is human-centric, which is a green transition, and this is something we all believe in and are contributing. When we speak about European Union and African cooperation in this area, then Digital for Development is a good example of that. We started with this Digital for Development Hub already in 2017, but during the first years it doesn't make any significant projects. But since last year, it is much more active, and it provides a platform for more meaningful cooperation. And let me draw some examples, especially in the areas where Estonia is involved. For example, Estonia, together with Germany, is co-leading the e-governance part of the Digital for Development Hub, and one may ask why we have chosen e-governance, because we believe that this is the area where we can contribute, and we have something to share and add value to other experiences and others, because we started digitalization in Estonia back in 1995. We created our digital signature in 2000. And since that, we have over 25 years, we have had this experience within our society. And for example, today we can say that 99% of our public services are provided online to our citizens, and thanks to the digital signature, we save 2% of Estonia's GDP annually. It clearly shows that it makes governance efficient. And of course, we have heard already many keywords also by previous speakers that digitalization also gives more equal opportunities to everyone in the society. It also gives additional transparency. So there are many additional examples and additional added values that the digitalization provides to the society. And the digital Digital for Development Hub is also the place where through which we can share these experiences with African countries. And in our focus, for example, has been Kenya, where we have also bilateral projects. We have partnership universities where we share experiences and build together e-learning projects, because due to pandemic, many students could not go to the school. And so there are many opportunities where we really can contribute and help to build a better future for everyone.
100%. Thank you, Minister. Building a better future together. Speaking of collaborations, cooperations, partnerships, so important. Miriam, I'm going to kick the football back to Europe, back to the Commission. Tell me, how has the global pandemic affected business as usual? We know it's business unusual, but has it derailed in any way digitization plans and partnerships and the collaborations we've been referring to? Have you needed to amend strategies?
I think the COVID pandemic has been, on the opposite side, an eye-opener in Europe and in the world on the importance of digitalization. And Minister Limets was making reference to the fact that many businesses and schools have turned digital during this period. But unfortunately, this has not been possible everywhere in the world. And this is where the digital divide kicks in. And I think this pandemic has given us the energy to realize that digitalization was a make it or break it development for the future. So I would take it that, did it steer reactions? Yes, indeed, definitely. And I think one of the best manifestations of this may be not only the fact that digitalization is one of the top priorities for the European Union and the member states, and one of the political priorities of the Commissioner led by President von der Leyen, but we also turned it into a global priority. And I would like to refer to the overall strategy that the European Union just adopted, the European Commission just adopted, which we ambitiously call Global Gateways. And this strategy is aiming at dedicating 300 billion euros to improving connectivity worldwide in the 7 years to come, at the center of which digitalization is centered. We do have realized the importance that getting a quick start of global cooperation around digitalization is one essential key to building back better in a fairer, more transparent and human-centric way. So did we react? Yes, indeed, I'm referring to global gateways, and this is also, of course, this will be a guiding line of the definition of the priorities for external cooperation by the European Union and for the mobilization of resources to address the barriers that we discussed just before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. Maher, let me come to you. In light of what you've heard, we're not out of the pandemic, as Ethna was saying. We thought we would be by now, speaking about the pandemic being behind us. But how have we had to do U-turns, change the plan, tweak the strategy? And what will the coming year hold? What key milestones must we achieve in terms of digitalization?
This pandemic has proven itself much harder to overcome than originally envisaged, even with the vaccines. And one of the reasons is that also it a bit relates to technology. Misinformation and disinformation has played a role in delaying the adoption and the uptake of vaccines where vaccines were available. There are countries where vaccines are available for everybody, but not everybody has taken them. And of course, there's the issue of inequality in vaccine distribution, which has allowed variants to come out, and we now see Omicron impacting us. But there's also a silver lining in a way. First of all, had the pandemic occurred a few years before, most of us wouldn't have been able to work from home. But now we have the luxury, at least those of us working in cities and countries where we have access to digital and virtual and internet, we have been working from home for most of the last 2 years. Many schools functioned. Has education suffered? Yes, because there is no substitute to being in-person education. The relationships that also, education is about social interaction as well. So there is a loss of that. But as we think about recovery, and this is something that the UN and Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Deputy Secretary Amina Mohammed are urging the United Nations organizations, ourselves, but also member states, companies, businesses. How do we recover better from this pandemic? Where is that silver lining? Because we all have to revisit operations. We all have to revisit the way we produce energy, we consume energy, the way we are going to invest to recreate, to create jobs, to make up for people, to push the economies back. Do we do so using the same old dependence on fossil fuels, same old inequality, gender inequality, other inequalities, or do we set the clock back and build back better? You used the term, build back better, and build back better means addressing the issue of inequality, addressing the issue of inequality of access, inequality of distribution, not only gender, but also minorities, north, south. That has to be addressed. And we have to change our relationship with the way we use energy and we produce energy. We have to really move away from fossil fuels. We have to stop, there are simple issues. Fossil fuel subsidies account for hundreds of billions of dollars every year that enable us to have cheap fossil fuels, which make it a bit addictive. So we have to move away from those things and use the opportunity to really set the clock back. We have to address climate change, the climate crisis, and with science and technology can play a role in also because we can, with data, we know better now. And that has to be put to the way we move forward. The Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General, this is their beginning of the second term. This is the second year of Decade of Action. So they are aiming to work on the basis of the common agenda, the report that he submitted to member states last year, which includes, of course, focuses a lot on addressing the issue of inequality, including in the digital, to get us to where we really, world leaders promised the world that by 2030 we will live in a world with no poverty, no hunger, equality guaranteed on a healthy planet. We are not on that track. we need to get back on track, and people need to hold leaders accountable. And it's not only leaders of government, it's also leaders of businesses. And I said, that's what I said in my introduction to the previous panel, is that we have to really use as individuals, but also as leaders in the different places where we are, to push the envelope to get us where we need to be, because I want my children and their children to live in a better place than we are in today.
Agreed. We have the roadmap, courtesy of the UN, but we're not on track, on time, or on budget, one could argue, so much work to be done. But there is work being done, isn't there, Minister? Can you please sum up for our audience exactly what is needed for greater transformation, to maximise the digital transformation from the EU and the UN? What needs to be done? Team Europe, tell me about their approach.
Yes, I agree with this statement that more need to be done. And of course, many projects are ongoing, and one of them is really the Team Europe partnership. And I'm gladly introducing it a bit, what we are doing with this, within this partnership. It is a software that we are, a platform that we are creating together with the European Commission, and the main aim is to create a single window for our partner countries, where partner countries can see which kind of projects and ideas and programs are available for digitalization. And there are various areas where this digitalization can be happening, whether it's in agriculture area or in governance of public institutions or automatization of industries. And all these projects, ideas will be in one single window, and we hope that we can launch this platform in March or in April this year. And I hope that it makes our cooperation with partner countries more efficient. But when we come back to this question, what in addition we could do more, then I would use this opportunity that I'm in the panel together with the a member of the United Nations administration. And due to the pandemic, of course, we have a lot of challenges in front of us. But one of the things that we could have also globally is, of course, electronic certificate, health certificate, which we already have within the European Union. We also have it with some of the partner countries, but definitely we should increase it and have it also global electronic certificate that we can use in travel, during the travel, and also approving and showing our health conditions. So I think that this is maybe the next thing that we can think of as the pandemic is still with us.
Thank you very much. A great suggestion from Estonia. Let's do it. That digital certificate. Such an early adopter, as well as you said, of all the digital services in your country. 99% of all government systems online. That's an example for us all. Thank you, Minister. Miriam, let me come to you as we wrap up our discussion. What's your key takeaway? What's something you've learned from our panel discussion today?
I think, well, learn, I can't really say, but a very strong confirmation of the importance of digitalization, of the needs and the magnitude of the needs, of the diversity of the actions. And I would have a particular thanks for Minister Limets for mentioning the Team Europe initiative, because I think one of the key messages for me is that we have to work together within the European Union, between the institutions and the member states, but also very importantly with our financial institutions and with the business sector. So business was the title of the previous panel, but the role of the business in digitalization is paramount. And of course, working together on the multilateral scene with the UN towards a human-centric process of digitalization. So I think my takeaway is really the need for a global response. And this has been amplified and exemplified by the COVID crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Let me come to you, Maher. A global response. We sit here talking about your global goals. Tell me what your key message is to heads of state, to heads of corporations, to heads of families listening? What do they need to be aware of in the coming 12 to 14 months, let's say, the shorter term? When it comes to digitalization, how important it is, we've highlighted so many aspects, but what is the most important thing? What floats to the very top for you?
I think digital is here to stay. Unless you follow a Hollywood scenario film of apocalyptic, something disappears. But in the same way, I think access to public services is becoming a right. We have to also look at access to the internet as a right. I'm not sure if that is yet adopted, but I think the right to development, we talk about the right to water, the right to health services, the right to education, and to move to that sphere when digital and technology becomes important and a key cornerstone for development, then it needs to be accessible to all. And investments need to be put in that direction. And innovations also come from developing countries. I mean, people talk about cryptocurrency. It came into existence in 2009. The first mobile money was in Kenya, M-Pesa, in 2007. So we have to also recognize that it isn't just the North and Europe and America that innovates. Innovations come all over the world. And companies that invest in different parts of the world, they have access, they can tap into intellectual power that maybe bring a perspective that will be the next Google, could be the next Apple, could be the next big company, who knows? So don't think just in what is around you, because what is good for global is good for local. And what is a problem for global is a problem for local. We know this from the pandemic, we know this from climate change, and we know this with successful companies that have gone from a small company to millions, to billions, to trillions of dollars. So think global, act local. We look at what is Expo, has been an amazing experience for me. Going around and visiting 195 pavilions. I have been to 195 pavilions.
Really? I'm going to need to see your passport.
Out of 210. And many of them, from the smallest country to the largest country, they are presenting the best of what they have, and many of them are also showcasing how they have used technology to address their local problems. And it's time to learn from each other and use Expo as a platform for the next Expo coming up in Osaka 2025. Where are we in the next 5 years, and how can we ensure? Has there been a real course correction between now and 2025? And then that's going to be the measure by which we have to judge ourselves.
Let's hope we all meet again and we shall find out. Thank you to my magnificent panel of M's. We have Minister Lemets. Thank you so much. Also Maher Nasser and Miriam Farhan. Please join me in thanking them all.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and yes, do follow Maher's example and do try to make it to at least 100 of the pavilions. It's very doable, but wear comfortable shoes is my recommendation. Before we leave the stage, let me just throw it forward to the next panel, which Ethna will chair. It will be on the subject of the elimination of child labour, so a very worthy topic of discussion. Please don't miss it. But for now, thank you again. Thank you. Please, Minister.
Social impact is a key pillar of our strategy. Our community project managers are in a great position to act as the ultimate change makers, to be there to make ideas and push them and make them reality.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that panel, and indeed all of the participants on that panel really looking at what's happening in terms of digitalization and how it's actually helping to make sure they accelerate the SDGs and indeed help all the corporations and the companies that need, and whether they need it or not, we're all going digital. I think it is something that's very, very important for each and every one of us. And just by the very fact we all have our mobile phones in our pockets, I mean, that's it. We've gone digital already, so now it has to be moved onto industry and really to help the SDGs particularly. We're going to look at a panel and we're going to look at child labour. And indeed, I was a little surprised when I got this topic, because you think, really? Is this a problem? Is this an issue? And it's a much, much bigger problem than I think we would ever imagine, because I think, you know, we look with our first world eyes, and unfortunately we probably have a bit of tunnel vision when it comes to just thinking what's going on out there on the labour market, and when it comes to perhaps people who should not be in the labour market at such an early age. So we have a wonderful panel that who will join us, and also we're going to hear from the International Labour Organization. But before we do that, I'm absolutely delighted to introduce a video message from the Ford Motor Company in USA, looking at some of the initiatives that they have taken. And we're joined by the Global Sustainability Associate Director. Rebecca Shelby joins us, so have a listen to this, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Thank you for inviting me to share Ford's story with the Expo 2020 Dubai Global Goals Business Forum. I am Rebecca Shelby, Ford's Social Sustainability Associate Director, and I'm honored to be talking about our action pledge for the International Year for the Elimination of Child Labor. Ford has had a long history in supporting human rights, from the $5 per day wage in 1914, helping build iron lungs in the late 40s, to designing and building ventilators with COVID-19. However, as we reviewed building our leadership in human rights, we also recognized a need to focus on addressing child labor. Signing the Action Pledge was an opportunity for us to build our leadership and bring attention to this important issue. We pledge to eliminate child labor through our policies and actions. Strengthening our due diligence actions started with having a strong policy. Our corporate policy was formalized in the early 2000s as our first public human rights commitment, including our commitment to not employ anyone under the age of 15. Recently, as we looked across our markets and engaged with business partners, we identified that in some markets, it was legal to employ children in certain environments that were under the age limit identified in our corporate policy. We needed to engage with our community partners and align on following our corporate policy, even in countries where it's legal to employ someone under the age of 15. This highlighted a need for us to identify how we will move forward with clearer expectations of our company and partners. As a result, we strengthened our global policy to expect suppliers and business partners to meet our requirements. We also issued a new supplier code of conduct that prohibits employment of anyone under the age of 15. Compliance with our supplier code of conduct is required as part of our contracts under our Ford Global Terms and Conditions. Finally, Ford has signed a global framework agreement with Industrial Global Labor Union, which represents 50 million workers around the world. The framework aligns with Ford's policy prohibiting employment of anyone under the age of 15. Signing the Action Pledge was an opportunity for Ford to share our focus on eliminating child labor from our business and to share clear expectations of our partners to align with us on our policies and work with us to implement them. The focus of our policies is to ensure that we are successful in reaching our aspiration to source raw materials that are responsibly produced. Not only are we taking actions within our company to meet this aspiration, but we are also engaging with other industry partners to help us achieve our goals. We are committed to working with our suppliers and business partners to implement practices that will prevent child labor. We work with our suppliers to build capacity through various training programs, validation of policies through supplier self-assessment questionnaires, and conducting third-party audits. Having a pledge to eliminate child labor only works if we have the policies and practices to implement due diligence and the ability to enforce it through our contracts. In order for Ford to be successful, our suppliers and partners also need to be successful so everyone can operate at the same level. As Ford commits to having responsible sourcing, we are engaging with more small businesses, including diverse, minority, and veteran-owned suppliers to share our expertise and best practices. We need to help our suppliers comply with these policies, especially work with those that may not have the resources like Ford to implement due diligence practices. We are taking this opportunity to teach and coach suppliers on implementing these policies. We are also trying to increase responsible sourcing down to the mine level. We want to use responsibly sourced minerals and help empower people to fix the root causes of child labor. Our supply chain sustainability team partnered with the Ford Fund, the company's philanthropic arm, to launch a positive impact project in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The program supports women cobalt miners in the DRC by empowering women and reducing poverty, addressing one of the root causes of child labor. Now, let me introduce you to Grace Mumbai from the Oil and Mining Governance Center to share the work that Ford is supporting in the DRC.
OMGC est un centre de gouvernance en mines et pétrole. Nous sommes une association sans but lucratif basée en République démocratique du Congo. Et en ce moment, nous travaillons sur un projet pilote avec l'appui technique et financier de Ford Fund. Ce projet porte principalement sur l'approvisionnement responsable en minerais. Nous voulons promouvoir l'autonomisation des femmes qui travaillent dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement de cuivre et de cobalt en République démocratique du Congo et principalement dans la province du Lualaba et du Haut-Katanga. Comme vous le savez très bien, la RDC représente 60% de production mondiale de cobalt en moyenne et constitue le 5e pays producteur du cobalt. Seulement, le problème que nous constatons, c'est que les femmes n'ont presque pas accès aux bénéfices générés par le secteur de l'exploitation minière artisanale. Car bien qu'elles participent dans la chaîne de production, elles sont souvent marginalisées et ne tirent pas le profit équitable comparativement aux hommes. Nos observations sur terrain montrent que 90% de femmes dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement des minerais font face à plusieurs actes de violence de leurs droits et même dans la plupart des cas des droits humains. Et nous avons remarqué ça dans presque tous les sites miniers artisanaux et principalement dans le site de Kapata. Le projet en question vise à promouvoir l'approvisionnement responsable des minerais et l'autonomisation économique des femmes dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement de cuivre et de cobalt. Alors concrètement, ce projet vise que d'ici 2021, nous accompagnons 60 femmes dans le domaine de l'éducation financière, de l'autonomisation de la femme, dans l'entrepreneuriat féminin et aussi les innovations du Code minier de 2018 sur les coopératives minières et ce, selon le système du droit OADA. Nous avons déjà organisé les sessions de formation et nous voulons aussi accompagner des femmes qui se constituent en coopérative minière afin de profiter des avantages de la coopérative société selon le droit OADA et selon les nouveaux principes du code minier. Nous avons une recherche pilote que nous sommes en train de faire pour identifier les opportunités des moyens, des substances et les risques des violations de droits des femmes dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement de cuivre et de cobalt. À ce jour, nous voulons vous présenter les quelques témoignages des femmes avec qui nous avons travaillé, qui sont principalement victimes d'autant de cas de violation des droits humains et donc je vous invite à les suivre.
Les innovations et l'apport du code minier de 2018.
Kama coopérative inakuwa coopérative société, maandamano itafanya nini? Itachangé. Mutaiwa vile il faut kutumika mu société il faut kufanya budget il faut kufanya ka épargne, société ndio kumbele et puis kama tunaoshisha benefisi natoka hivi tutakabuliana hivi selon que mutanjika mu mastatut yenu na banaiwa sasa wale bantu wanapika ni kazi ya kufanya nini ya makuta ya kukawinisha.
Les participants ont été éclairés sur ces minières de Kapata.
Été reconnaissant de venir nous soutenir et de venir ici chez nous sur place. En tout cas, nous remercions le OMJC et puis nous demandons aussi aux jeunes ici de demander aux...
I want to thank you for listening to the work that Ford is doing to eliminate child labor. We are building a better world down to the local community level.
That was Rebecca Shelby from Ford there, and really looking at the great work that's happening in areas, particularly in Congo, and again when we look at mining, and of course the mining that they're looking at too, a lot of those raw materials they need for their cars, and so they would be sourcing from there, and also just the great work that one company can do. There's lots that everybody needs to do. Please join me. So we have a lot to talk about here, and Nilay Shaheen is here with me in person, and Nilay is the Director for Research and Direction at the Ankara Chamber of Industry. And I'm also joined, I believe the technology is going to click in any minute. Peter Rademacher is joining me as well. Peter is here. Thank you, Peter, so much. The Deputy Regional Director for the International Labour Organization's Regional Office for the Arab States. So, Peter, you're welcome. Lovely to see you.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
And to hear you. So now we have sound and vision. I'd like to start off, if I may, with you, Peter, to give us a little bit of an overview. And we heard from Rebecca from Ford there, you know, also talking about child labour and the definition in one way that they would say that nobody under 15 should be employed, you know, as they work around the world. Sometimes I think we look at you know, child labour, and we need to look in different countries and what it means. But in terms of the International Labour Organization, talk to us a little bit perhaps about the definition of child labour, and then also, you know, the new estimates that we have seen, and the fact that something like 160 million children involved in child labour. That's what, 10% of the workforce? Not the workforce, of the world's children, who probably shouldn't be in the workforce. But again, those numbers seem to be rising. Just give us a feel, an overview in terms of what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll do that. But maybe first to say that I'm happy that we have this topic on the agenda of the Global Business Forum here today. Child labor is one of the key principles under the UN Global Compact. It's also in the SDGs, SDG 8.7. So it's important that business leaders think about child labor and what they can do to work on this, like my colleague from the Ford Motor Company did. Quickly on definition. So child labor is defined as work that deprives children of their livelihoods, their potential, and their dignity, and that is harmful to their physical and mental development. So there's this notion here of being harmful and dangerous, but of course also to interfere with their schooling. They can't work and go to school at the same time. That's where the definition is centered around. Now, this is captured in ILO labor standards, conventions, that have been ratified by many, many member states, many countries. Now, of course, each country needs to define then itself for its own economy, its sectors, its development, exactly how this is put into national law. What is critical is there is actually national legislation, there are national policies, to make sure that no kid is in child labor. Now, you mentioned the recent estimates that ILO and UNICEF together have brought out. And it's actually bad news. Child labor is increasing again. There's been a reduction in previous years, but we have seen an increase in child labor. And actually, with the pandemic, there's even a further risk of that growing. As families lose livelihoods, mothers and fathers will be more often left with no choice but have their children work. So today we are actually not on track to reach SDG 8.7, and more work is needed. That requires also businesses step up their action. Back to you.
Thank you. And just quickly, is there an age you put on it? I mean, is the 15 years of age, is that what we should be looking at, or does that vary from time to time? And again, is this, has this been in place for a long time? I mean, it's very different, a 15-year-old child in a mine, a cobalt mine in Congo, rather than a 15-year-old child doing coding in some beautifully air-conditioned, new high-tech office-type environment here in the UAE or in, the US or something.
No, you're very, very right there. It's true that what we call the worst forms of child labor, it will be things like working in a mine in DRC Congo, obviously. Those work forms are prohibited for everybody. And actually, that's the ILO convention has been ratified universally. So all countries, all member states have agreed that that should not happen. Then in terms of age, of course, as you say, it may well be that a child spending some time on the family farm is okay, as long as it doesn't interfere, of course, with his or her access to school. So there is, again, national latitude to define exactly what constitutes child labor, but that's framed by these international conventions that are very specific, certainly on the worst forms of child labor.
So again, it is more about what labor they're doing, and some kids might be having a great time on the farm, So, but let's look at business here, and let's look at the situations where things are, not that bright and not that rosy, so to speak. Nilay, we look at, the numbers as Peter says, they're increasing. You're a chamber of industry, you work with business organizations. Turkey has its own problems. What can you do as a business association, as a chamber, to actually make sure that the businesses, at least in the formal economy, are not contributing to the problem?
Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to begin with giving some statistics about the situation in Turkey. We do have 8 million of population in Turkey, and 27% of them are children. And nowadays, the latest figures show out that 720,000 children are classified as child labor. And the 70% of them are boys, 30% of them are girls. And when we look at the sectoral share of these children working outside, is 30% goes to agriculture sector, 23% goes to industrial sectors, and 46% goes to services sectors. But the worsening situation is that those children who are working in agricultural sector, around 64%, are aged between 5 and 14. So this is a very small age to be on working field. But we also see that 66% of them do have regular business places, workplaces. But at the same time, those who are continuing with their education is only 65%. So this is what we have 35% of those who we should take action against, and then prevent them from working place, so that they could develop their mental and physical abilities, and then they could continue with their education.
So you're finding that sadly, when there are kids in the workforce, while they might be still going to school, they will drop out because the work takes over rather than their education.
Yes, that might be one as well, but there are some those who never goes to school. So this is actually the problem. So this is why we in Turkey, as government public institutions, they are enacting some policies and strategies so that we could eliminate child labor and extend those actions against elimination of child labor, of course, in nationwide. And we have a policy paper, strategy and action plan about struggle with child labor, and there have been listed the reasons behind child labor. And among those are poverty, not having access to education services, migration from rural to urban areas, the unemployment situation of adult family members, And the traditional point of view, meaning that family members, I have done it when I was a child, and why not my child couldn't be?
Ouch, ouch, that's like back in my day. Back in my day. We've all heard that when I come from Ireland, so we grew up hearing back in my day. I walked 10 miles to school and back again, you know, so we know that, and it's sad. But let me bring Peter in here to just qualify what you're also talking about. You know, help us understand, because we're here in 2022 and we just talk about digitalization, and there's so much going on in the world. How on earth have the numbers of child labor increased rather than decreased?
Well, that's the key point. It is that although there is good legislation in many countries, child labor is still there. It's especially there in agriculture, especially there in rural areas, and it's growing, as I just mentioned. But there's really more to be done to make sure that we overcome this. Now, my colleague from Turkey, talked about the work there. I mean, ILO, for instance, works with Ferrero, a large chocolate company in Turkey, looking at hazelnut production. Children are being used to harvest hazelnuts, and that indeed stops them from going to school. It's either work or school. What can be done to find ways to make sure that kids do complete their education? Well, maybe there may be some need for also to work on the family farm. These are very different things. There are far worse situations on hazardous child labor in places like cobalt mining in Congo. But there's child labor in many places, and the role for businesses is to really make sure that in their supply chains there is an active policy to eradicate child labor. Like the Ford Motor Company showed, there's many examples of that. Although it may be hidden from sight, it may be in the informal economy, there are still sometimes, some down far in your supply chain, children working for you. You need to take action, and action can be paying better wages to the parents, but also to make sure there's much better monitoring for where child labor does occur. Steps are taken to bring kids out of child labor. And for that, we need more companies to step up their work.
And again, the private sector can make, a big change. In defense of Ferrero, and I just know it's an issue that we've looked at before, the company is certainly and has been really working hard on that specific issue in Turkey, and I would hope, from what I had heard, that, that's close to being eliminated, because it is something that has been out there, but, and it's not just because I like those Ferrero Rochers, but I do know that it is something that was really, on their radar, and they were making sure that they were putting in place, lots to make sure that didn't happen. But Turkey is also an unusual country in the fact that you have a lot of irregular immigration, and you have a lot of refugee immigration, very sadly, and this has now been a problem for many, many years. So very sadly, you have groups of families, that there's probably undocumented families as well, and sadly sometimes, they feel that their children are the only ones that can work. So what can we do about this?
Yeah, actually, what I was trying to do a list of the factors, like, behind this issue of child labor. And, there is another factor, it's that the demand from employers about child labor, because it's cheap, because it's reachable. And, yes, we do have the problem of this irregular migration, and we are trying to make regulations about them, like trying to give permission to work, permission to live in Turkey, so that we are trying to keep them, both to the parents and both to the children as well. But there are some barriers, like language, like social adaptation, and so on. And so they do not want to get included in the formal system, so this creates this informal system. But business associations and companies altogether should raise awareness about that and should work together to overcome this issue.
And I mean, I know this was a short panel, and very sadly it's coming to an end. And I think, when we look into the problems that are there, they're much, much greater, I think, than we can see, on the outset. And again, I think we sometimes look at the world with our first world eyes, so to speak, so we just don't see this. But again, Peter, what do you think companies have to do? And it has to be done on a global basis. I can see the pressure that the International Labour Organization can put in place. But again, it's about working with governments, with regulators, and really making sure that this is hopefully soon completely eradicated. We shouldn't be having this discussion.
No, I fully agree with you, although as I said at the beginning, we're not on track. We're actually going in the wrong direction. So more action is needed. Companies need to do more. They're being pushed to do more by national due diligence legislation, like the European Commission, Japan, Germany, Switzerland, asking companies to do more. We need to make sure there is better funding for child labor prevention and eradication programs around the world, like was shown here in DRC Congo. We need better working conditions and better wages for parents as a way to help alleviate families' livelihoods. We also need more collaboration between business, trade unions and governments and communities to find effective ways to end child labor. There is no magic wand here, obviously. We need to kind of be persistent in this in every sector and every region and every company. And for a company, for a CEO, eradicating child labor is a good cause. It can federate your workers, your customers, your suppliers, your communities. There's no reason to step up like companies such as Trio have done and many others. Any company that is here, of course, listening into this, do reach out to your national contacts or otherwise to make sure that you also do your part, actually reverse this trend we're now having and to make sure we reach target 8.7.
And again, it really is, it's up to the private sector very much to make sure on that. A final quick word from you, in terms of your role with the Anchorage Chamber, it's about bringing the business together, helping them to make sure that they play a stronger role.
Yeah.
I think that will help.
Yes, that will surely help, but as an additional remark, figures tell us that 72% of children in the world, they are working in family enterprises. So most of the enterprises are family-based enterprises, so we do have to make our own ways to institutionalize those companies. Maybe prepare some, family constitution guides so that they should put some rules so that children couldn't be in the workload and they should continue with their education. And Ankara Chamber of Industry will take its role in informing their members and raising their awareness and encourage their members to take action on this issue, because we do know the problems. We know the institutions who should do what, and then we should take together concrete actions. This is what
absolutely, and I think it is about putting the pressure on and helping them to make sure that they can actually see a better way. We have to leave it there. Peter Rademacher, thank you so much for joining us from the International Labour Organization. Nilay Shaheen from Ankara, thank you so much. And from earlier, it was great to hear from Rebecca. So thank you all so much. Thank you. Now we have, we're coming to the close of our session for the entire day very, very soon. And, I think what we heard there in terms of child labour, it is quite shocking. And it's quite shocking that in this day and age, we're actually seeing it increase. Because if anything, I think that would have been the easiest one you would think, is that, what would get better as society develops and, as we all enjoy a better life. And I think the standards of living for everybody around the world, have been raised over the years. I mean, yes, we have situations in developing countries whereby we have no access to energy, which means there's no access to education, which means when you put the SDGs there, there's no access to any of them, and they don't even take the time to think about it, very sadly. But again, I think it's very, very sad that we see figures like this, and the ILO will certainly be doing what they can, but I think they cannot work alone, and they desperately need the help of private sector enterprises. And I think when it comes to particularly the countries that are impacted, and the international companies, some of the names that we heard show up there, that they really do a lot more because it's within their power to do it. And it'll be something I think we'll watch very, very closely. I'm very honored now to introduce to you, I believe he is with us. We have the Vice Chair of the UN Global Compact with us. So please, a very warm Expo Dubai welcome for Paul Pommen. He joins us now. So Paul, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's a great honor to be here. I also like to thank Her Excellency Yarim Al-Hashimi, the UAE Minister of State for International Cooperation and Director General of the Expo 2020 Dubai, as well as the Dubai Chamber of Commerce. I actually was in Dubai just before the end of the year, and I have to congratulate you what you're doing there. At a critical time, I believe, you actually have created the opportunity for the world to come together. And I hope that you will continue to play a leading role at the global stage. Not least, again, with hosting the COP28. In fact, a very important opportunity yourself. You've taken a bold commitment there to leading the region in the need for decarbonization of our global economy. In fact, yesterday, I saw an article in the New York Times that some of the countries around there, they were singling out Kuwait might be unlivable if we get the global warming. So this is a challenging time, but it's also an exciting opportunity to attack this. I also like to acknowledge the UN Global Compact, of course, which is an amazing organization. In fact, if it didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. So I'm glad to co-chair this for the Secretary General. And our membership is growing fast, accelerated actually during COVID. Over 15,000 companies now across 163 countries. Luckily that you have Sandai here, who understands better than anybody else the critical role that business has to play in driving the positive social and environmental changes that we're looking for. There's a new exciting strategy, as she undoubtedly mentioned, and we will work tirelessly day and night now in this decade of action to accelerate the agenda. More than ever, do we need to solve these challenges that we face. And in fact, the Sustainable Development Goals that you've talked about is so exciting for me. Not only did I help develop them as part of the high-level panel appointed by then Ban Ki-moon as Secretary General, but it's also increasingly clear that this is probably the only moral framework that we have, that all the countries in the world basically have signed up to. We're quite familiar with the challenges. There's no question that our economic system is broken. We've discovered that you can't have infinite growth on a finite planet. And anything that you can't do infinitely is by definition unsustainable. Last year, World Overshoot Day was July 29th. That's the day that we use up more resources than the world can replenish. In other words, every day after that, we're actually stealing from future generations. COVID has shown us the complexity and interrelationships of our global systems, destruction of biodiversity, health issues, racial tension, economic pressure. But above all, it has shown us that we cannot have healthy people on an unhealthy planet. Unfortunately, in many places, our societies are being pulled apart. On every measure, the inequality, poverty, injustice that we saw in so many countries and communities already before the pandemic is now actually worse. Normally we depend on our governments to deal with this, but it is fair to say that our political system is stuck. Too many national governments paralyzed by self-interest. Global governance structures unable to bring the solutions to our shared challenges. For evidence, I would say, look no further than the deeply unfair distribution of the COVID vaccines. Almost 70% plus in the high-income countries have been vaccinated versus less than 10% in the low-income countries. On climate change, time is running out. The IPCC has clearly confirmed that we don't have until 2050 to get our act together on global warming, not even 2040. In fact, I would argue the real deadline is 2030. If we don't reduce emissions by half between now and 2030, it would be very difficult to make up the difference. That's why we call this the decade of actions. And it is true, COP26 showed progress, but it also reminded us that we are still far from the 1.5-degree target. And these are exponential problems. The issues will be increasingly more transparent, and pressure will continue to build. For that reason, my message is very simple. Ambitions need to go up. Truly, time for all of us to reinvent growth, or what some people have called building back better. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to redesign together, build on common values, shared interest, and yes, sustainable and inclusive prosperity. The SDGs provide that blueprint, an enormous opportunity. We estimated with the Commission for Business and Sustainable Development that it could be in this decade unlocking $12 trillion of economic growth and create over 380 million jobs. And this is indeed at a time that we need it most. But time is moving. And we are clearly seeing now that not acting is becoming significantly more costly. COVID has shown us that the cost of inaction, in fact, is now significantly higher than the cost of action. $17 trillion spent in Europe and the US alone to save lives and livelihoods. And we're not out of the woods at all. 27 trillion lost in the global economy in the decade, according to the IMF. This compares to a paltry $3 to $5 trillion investment that we need to make yearly to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I'm actually encouraged by what I saw at the COP26, where I was for 10 days, and the commitments that were made by some governments, but above all also by the private sector. Almost everybody now accepts that business cannot just sit on the sidelines. We need business out there as a force for good. Business needs the SDGs as much as the SDGs need business. There's 65% of the global economy, 80% of the financial flow, 90% of the job creation. We need to work together. And we need to work together to make change happen at speed and at scale, with industry leaders driving the tipping points in their sectors and giving our politicians the confidence to be even bolder and more ambitious. Many CEOs see that they have to play this bigger role. They also see the issues that we have. In fact, I don't think we're debating the why anymore. Increasingly, we need to focus on the how. According to the UN Global Compact studies, 73% of the CEOs now see a huge opportunity in acting on the Sustainable Development Goals. And 70% of the UN Global Compact companies actually used the pandemic to increase their focus on ESG, or what you might call corporate responsibility. That's why we're seeing ESG taking off. ESG funds are also outperforming. The financial market is waking up, seeing it clearly, increasingly as an enormous opportunity. Study after study is now showing that this multi-stakeholder model, with purpose at the core, sustainability embedded in your strategy, that also leads to better results. Driven by technology that is mostly on our side. We always underestimate how fast technology goes. Driven by the millennials and the Gen Zs, making their voices heard, not only in what they buy and from whom they buy, but increasingly also in their companies, demanding that their CEOs change. We see governments moving. Now 65% of governments, or 90% of the emissions, have made net zero pledges. Not surprising, as I said, that investors are getting interested. ESG is estimated to be $50 trillion well before 2025. The Global Financial Alliance on Net Zero that was launched in Glasgow had $130 trillion of money under management, half the world's money, making commitments to be net zero. We're increasingly moving from a trade-off or risk mindset to an investment opportunity. Not surprisingly, that nearly 90% of investors now place climate-related risk at the top of their portfolio concerns. The recent World Economic Forum risk assessment again makes that very clear. And therefore, it's not surprising that we've also seen that 81% of the sustainable indexes have actually outperformed their benchmarks. As ever, the US Global Compact is putting a stake in the ground, as you've heard today. This is a critical year of delivery, a decade of action for the Sustainable Development Goals. And yes, it's an enormous network to leverage of responsible businesses. They're actively working on not only climate action, so the Climate Ambition Accelerator, for example, or the Just Transition Think Lab, but they're also working on decent work and economic growth. And you just had your wonderful session. Health and well-being, gender equality, and increasingly importantly, the responsible value chains. But now it's time that we put words into actions. Over 5,000 businesses and 400 of the biggest investments have now signed up to the UN-backed Race to Zero campaign, for which I'm actually an ambassador. Even more are committed to implement science-based targets. But it is true that whilst we see momentum in the private sector, including these commitments and actions we couldn't have dreamt of just a few years ago, our growing challenges mean that all of us need to simply increase our commitments and our actions. So how do we do this? Well, this is where Net Positive comes in. It's actually the subject of a new book I recently wrote. It talks about how companies can thrive by giving more than they take. The essence being that companies should profit not from creating the world's problems, but from solving them. We have to reframe what good looks like. Move from CSR, or less bad if you want to a more restorative, regenerative, reparative mindset, which is what we call net positive. Less bad, which were many of the commitments that we heard also in the COP, is still bad. In a world that has overshot its planetary boundaries, indeed, the only acceptable way of being around, being successful long term, is to think net positive. Net positive companies take a responsibility of their total impact in this world. Many companies still think that they can outsource their value chain and also outsource their responsibilities. That simply doesn't work anymore. Net positive companies try to optimize the return for all of their stakeholders, not just be myopically focused on the shareholder alone. And yes, they look at goal 17 of the SDGs and forge these broader partnerships, working for the bigger changes. They understand that optimizing within a current system, when the system itself is not designed to deliver, is not good enough anymore. They're actually working on the system to bring in the broader changes, looking at financial capital, but also environmental and social capital, looking at a just transition, looking at moving financial markets to the longer term. Fortunately, many businesses are moving, from the Walmarts, the Nestle's, the Unilevers, the Googles, the Microsofts, and I could go on. Microsoft trying to take carbon out of the air since 1975, when the company started. Nestle and Unilever making commitments to convert quite actively and rapidly to regenerative agriculture. Now we can only transform the systems that shape our world by transforming the organizations within it. But we can only transform the organizations by helping people within them find their true purpose. That's why, in my opinion, it ultimately boils down to leadership, and to the leaders finding their purpose and courage. Human transformation is, as we too easily forget, the root of all systems transformation. I personally would argue that the crisis that we're currently facing is not a crisis of climate change, or food security, or inequality, but above all a crisis of greed, of apathy, of selfishness. I'm reminded of the words by the Iranian poet of the 13th century, Rumi, when he said that yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I'm changing myself. I do believe that we should feel optimistic about the future. Ultimately, we know what it takes to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals. We've never been so forewarned about what is going to happen, but we've also never been so forearmed with tools to actually do something about it. I call myself a prisoner of hope. The technology is helping us undoubtedly. The cost of inaction being higher than the cost of action has galvanized many people into seizing the opportunities. And the youth we talked about, Gen Z and millennials, much more purpose-driven and wanting not only to have a seat at the table, in many cases they actually want the table. Not surprising that the financial markets are catching on. Not surprising that so many are actually working it from responsible governments to responsible businesses. I'm absolutely convinced that with courage, which comes from the French word cœur or heart, with willpower and moral leadership, we can recover better for both our people and our planet. I really want to use this opportunity to thank you for all that you are doing in this decade of action. It does need the best of us. Thank you very much.
Very fitting words indeed from Paul of the United Nations. Thank you again to him. And so now the privilege of closing today's proceedings falls to me. And I'm sure, like me, so much has yet to sink in. We've heard so many inspiring proposals, innovations, ideas for the future, suggestions of how we proceed, with caution but with haste as well. And so many quotes that will stay with me, not least on sustainability. Sustainability is not just government's responsibility, it's all of our responsibility. And of course, as we were hearing from Paul, the cost of inaction is so much higher than the cost of action. On gender equality, women need our protection as much as they need equality. And without a change of mindset, no progress can truly be made. On innovation by developed countries in developing countries, every missed opportunity is a tragedy. Another speaker said that on digitalization, digital is here to stay. And we look to the future where access to clean water for everybody will be just as important as access to the internet. And of course, the overarching theme, the global goals, partnership and collaboration, investment, working together continues to float to the top. It's so important and was summed up so succinctly by one of our VIPs as act local and think global. And so on behalf of the United Nations, the government of Estonia and the Dubai Chamber of Commerce, I just want to thank you all for being here in person and also all of our virtual guests. We do hope that you are both inspired and called to action by what you've seen and heard here today. And of course, we want the dialogue to be ongoing and go forward so that global partnerships can really continue to flourish. And what better place to get partnerships started than at a networking event? So I have for you the hottest ticket in town. We invite you to attend the Global Goals Week networking session. It will be held tomorrow night between 7 and 9 p.m. at the Club 2020, which has fantastic views, so make sure your camera phone is charged. It's at the business level on Lounge 1. We know that you'll enjoy the networking. Bring your business cards. I'll see you there. Thank you very much again for attending today. Stay safe. I'll see you again. Bye-bye. Thank you.